much easier. I don't know that that's necessarily the case, but I'm not going to go with against convention either. I think every day is a good day to remember the people that have passed over, the people that we've lost, the people that are no longer with us. I don't know that we necessarily have to have a particular day of the year to celebrate our loved ones on the other side. I like to celebrate them every single day. And it's really, really interesting because here in Australia, Halloween's not such a big thing. It's growing by the year, and it's nice to see the smile on the children's faces as they turn up at the door and sort of say trick or treat, and they're all dressed up in their little costumes and everything. It's a really delightful sight. It just reminds me that we've lost some of the innocence of our youth, that, we need to get back to celebrating things, to finding some joy in things, even if it is something as simple as trick or treating, or remembering the people that we've lost, or just getting excited for the festive season, to sort of remind us that there should be some joy in our lives, and that we need to be able to focus on some of those sort of things, that those memories that disappear all too quick. It's only a fleeting moment in time over our lifetime of these special events, and I think we need to recapture those. We don't we're all mad with our cell phones and our mobile phones and taking pictures, but we're taking pictures randomly. We're not necessarily taking pictures for prosperity like we used to do, and put them in a family album and go back and reminisce it, when family members came over or special events. I think we need to get back to some of those traditions. Anyway, this week, the Simply Tarot card of the week is not exactly the most pleasant looking card, but it's the card that came out. And at first I thought, oh, I don't know whether I can sort of bring that card on such a happy show. And then I thought, no, this has actually been the tone of the week with my clients around the world. I found everybody has been struggling in some form or another. So the Simply Tarot card of the week is the Ten of Wands. Now, it's weighed down with problems and a very heavy load. And as I said, I work with clients all around the world. And this week's theme has been everybody seems to be struggling. Yes, I know we had a very intense moon over the weekend, and that's part of it. But people are starting to struggle with day-to-day issues, things that they thought that they had sorted out, that they had resolved, are coming back to sort of sit squarely in their lap again. And it's like it's a time where I think we all need to look at what's actually happening in our lives and try and resolve any of those issues from the past, and sort of say to ourselves, okay, this is what I need to do. This is how I'm going to handle it. I need to sort of not avoiding it. It's no point in putting it in the closet or the cupboard. It's time now to bring it out, flop it out in the front, and sort of try and find an easier way of carrying this heavy load. Sometimes just acknowledging it and working with it can make it a lot easier than it would if we just ignored the situation. So that's the Simply Tarot card of the week. Now, this week I want to do a little bit of bragging because it is Simply Tarot's birthday. I brought this set out worldwide 18 years ago, and it's 18 years today, and it only seems like yesterday that this was launched and went worldwide. And I couldn't be prouder of the set. We brought out a book, a DVD, a set of cards, and we took the cards, or we brought the Rider-Waite deck, which was the most popular deck in the world, into the 21st century with real purpose-shot photographs, and we were the first ones to put the basic meaning of the card on the bottom of the card, and it revolutionised the way people learnt tarot around the world. So to say that I'm a proud mama would be an understatement. I'm still very proud, still very excited of our accomplishments, and, there's been many, many other sets that my publisher has brought out since then on the basis of the Simply Tarot set, but that was our original one. That was our original baby with the DVD, and it's still selling worldwide, even though it's been out of print for many, many years now. The people that have still got a little bit of stock like me are still selling, and still selling well. So let's get on to the astrology section. Now, this week it's going to seem as if it's a little bit heavy, and I don't want it to sound as if it's too heavy, but I want to warn you that we have a lot of intense energy sitting in Scorpio at the moment. And anytime we have a lot of energy sitting in Scorpio, it sort of feels as if everything's very heavy. And, that goes very nicely with the card of the week, weighed down with the problems. And the Scorpio energy is asking us to delve deeper. It's asking us to dig into our reserves, to sort of, yes, we might feel a little bit flat. Yes, we might feel as if the load's a little bit heavy, but at the same time, we can draw on resources that maybe we're not even sure that we own, or that we've tucked away for a rainy day, and now's the time to sort of draw on those resources. So the sun is actually in Scorpio, so happy birthday to all the Scorpios. it's your time of the year to shine and enjoy yourself and party on, and another, and be thankful you've made another year in your life, and look at all the milestones that you've been able to achieve since your last birthday. Now the sun is conjunct or holding hands the next two planets. It's conjunct and holding hands the Mars, the planet of action. Now, Mars is the planet that gets us out of bed of a morning. It's the one that gives us the determination, the drive. Sometimes can be said the planet of ego. I wish the spirits would stop tickling me today, but they're letting me know that they're everywhere. So I do apologize. And it's interesting with Mars sitting here conjunct or holding hands the sun in Scorpio, because Mars sort of really wants to get everybody up off the chair, get things moving, get things, motivated and sort of chugging along at a nice pace. And I'm not saying the sun doesn't want to do that. But when you've got something in a Scorpio energy, it sort of says, now hang on a minute, let's just slow this down a little bit. Let's just take a little bit more stock. Let's just look at this a little bit more carefully. Maybe it's not quite the way that you think it is. And Mars wants to be one of those planets that wants to race, take off at 100 miles an hour as if we're in a racing car track, instead of sort of slowing down and analyzing and looking at things. And the Scorpio energy requires that, because it's an intense energy. It's an energy that says, now hang on a minute, we have to make sure that we thoroughly explore this. So it's in a little bit of conflict there, even though Mars is going to try and sort of thaw the ice out a little bit of Scorpio, and Scorpio will try and refreeze it. It will sort of actually all play out and come together. We also have Mars, the planet of action, is conjunct or holding hands Mercury, which is the planet of communication. So if you can imagine, these three planets are sort of holding hands like children do in a playground. So we've got the sun, we've got Mars, and we've got Mercury. Now, Mercury's the planet of communication. Sometimes people are sort of said to if they have the planet Mercury in Scorpio in their natal chart, that's in your birth chart when you were born, sometimes are said to have, razor blades for breakfast, that they can really sort of cut people down to size if they really feel you need a good talking to or a dressing down, or sort of, bring you back into reality. You talk to somebody that's either a Scorpio or somebody that's got Mercury in Scorpio, because they'll certainly do the job. So we have to be careful here, each and every of the 12 signs, to make sure that if we need to have a serious conversation and it's the time to do it, and we feel that, time's running out and it's the perfect time to do it, make sure that we put a little bit of sugar on top of the acidy sort of conversation that we're going to have. Sometimes, that age-old song, a little bit of sugar helps the medicine go down. Well, that certainly works here. So we need to be aware of that, even though the conversations may be intense, may be detailed, may be very necessary, may be something that we're very passionate about, and, we might get a little bit hot under the collar about it, we need to make sure that we put it across in such a way that it's non-threatening, it's not aggressive, that we're putting it across in a not so much a softer way, but in a more palatable way, so that we don't get the other person's guard up or their back up and they sort of just automatically shut their ears down because they don't want to listen to what's being said. But if we put it in a more palatable way, then I think we will actually get better results out of this. Now, I know I said it's going to be fairly intense, and it is, because now I'm going to turn around and suggest to you those three planets that are holding hands in the playground are now sort of like at war or at opposing forces with the planet Jupiter sitting in Taurus. So what this means is Jupiter is the planet of expansion, opportunity, and luck. It's sitting in Taurus. It's trying to help us sort of ground our finances, improve our bank balances, help us, get where we need to go, expand our lives in a practical, logical, down-to-earth sort of manner. And it doesn't mean all of us are going to race out and buy a new house or go out and buy something really expensive. It just means that we're looking at ways of trying to increase our finances or bring our finances into an area of life where we're more comfortable with it. And I know there's many people around the world that are struggling at the moment with interest rate rises, and people are losing jobs, and economies and things like that aren't as buoyant as what we would like them to be, particularly after we've come out the other side, supposedly, of COVID, that, economies around the world were supposed to be getting back to normal. People were traveling, people were bringing their lives back into some sort of normality. But sometimes the new normality has been that people have lost their jobs or don't have as many hours, or interest rates are starting to bite and they're struggling to put food on the table and things like this. So it's sort of about reorganizing what is really important to you. And this is where Jupiter's coming in, and not necessarily saying I can give you a bag full of money. But what he's saying is look around and see where you can improve your resources. It may just be by sort of having a more simple lifestyle. Maybe it's time to downsize the house to something that's more affordable instead of having all these rooms you don't use and you're constantly cleaning, that, get something that better suits your needs. So we've got Jupiter opposing the sun. So Jupiter's sort of saying to the sun there, well, okay, what is it that you really want? It's time now to be really practical, be really clear about what you want. Take the rose-colored glasses off. Stop blaming everybody else if your life's not going the way that you want it to, and look at what you're responsible for. So it's a push-pull sort of situation. And the same with Jupiter and Mars here. Jupiter's sort of saying to Mars, well, look, that's all well and fine that you want to get out of bed and motivate everybody and be angry and all fired up, but there's got to be a reason for it. There's got to be a good result comes out of this. No point in just running around ranting and raving and upsetting everybody without a result. Jupiter wants results, and I think that that's the important thing. And Jupiter opposing Mercury here is also sort of saying, well, yes, it's fine to have conversations and it's fine to have a lot to say, but make sure what you're saying makes sense, that it's constructive, it's helpful, it's helping people gain answers, it's helping people bring their lives more into balance. So it's been a very difficult sort of time in that way with this energy, because it is like a push-pull energy. It will be going on for the next week. So just be aware of everything that I've spoken about. It applies to all the 12 signs. Yes, possibly a little bit more to Scorpios, Pisces and Cancer, and the opposite sign of Taurus, but it does affect each and every sign. And it is a time where, we really need to make sure not only do we have our listening ears on, but making sure that we're really listening to what other people are saying. And bearing in mind, Jupiter here is trying to help us, even though Jupiter's a little bit hobbled because he's retrograde at the moment, but it's still trying to make our world a better place, our own personal world a better place. We still have Saturn, the planet of discipline and restriction and I think, determination, sitting in Pisces. It's just been going backwards for a little while. It will be going backwards until the early part of November. Now, it's really interesting, and I know we're nearly into November, but Saturn's been going retrograde for a while now, and it's sort of been sort of like, almost as if I'm running out of puff. It's as if I'm running out of steam to try and get some of these new ideas I want off the ground. I know they're good, but I don't seem to be able to get the right opening. That will start to sort of ease off over the coming weeks. We'll start to feel as if we gain some traction. Neptune, the planet of creativity and illusion and delusion, is also still sitting in Pisces, still going retrograde. So it's sort of almost like one step forward, three steps backwards. It's sort of like, yes, we get a bit of traction. We get people to start listening to us, start to see the creative side of things or the things that I'm trying to implement. And then all of a sudden it's like they slam the door in your face and it's like you've got to start all over again. So you just got to be aware that, these planets will come out of retrograde before the end of the year. Things will start to improve. This, it's hard when we as a collective globe are all dealing with our own individual issues, and then we're dealing with the nation's issues and the country's issues and the continent and then the world. And it's sort of like there's just so much going on in the world at the moment. We don't really know where to turn. We'll wrap it up with Pluto still sitting in Capricorn. We'll be there till January 2024 on the last, little hurrah here of Pluto, but sometimes that can seem the most intense. I've been banging on for many years now about Pluto's role is to sort of try and, bring some transparency to governments around the world, to anything official. It's also asking us to look at climate change, whether you believe in it or not. Look at the weather events that are happening. They're not just, one-offs. They're happening constantly. Here in Australia, we're in the massive fire season again. So I feel for those people that have lost their homes and going through bushfires and everything at the moment in a number of states here in Australia. And I'm sure there's other fires, burning and raging around the world with other weather events as well. And, Pluto is asking us on a personal level to make sure that we haven't deceived anybody, that we're not deliberately trying to hurt somebody, rip them off in any way, because if we are, we will get caught out and the consequences will not be very pleasant. So, it's up to each and every one of us to look at our conscious, look at our life and sort of say, am I doing the very best? Am I being the very, very best person that I can be? Because that is actually what Pluto is actually asking us to do before he moves into Aquarius, which will be a very unknown situation because Pluto takes 224 years to go around the zodiac, and we need to look at that very, very carefully. So we're going to take our first caller, which is Michelle in Blackpool in Lancashire. Are you there, Michelle?
I am. Hello?
Yeah, hi, Michelle. How can I help you today? Do you have a
Hi.
question I can answer for you?
I just want, I don't know really anything.
It's just easier for me
Can
because we
hear.
have such limited time on the show, Michelle.
Well,
If you've got a direct question, I'm happy to answer it for you. If not, I can just
I just
generally have
want
a
to
look.
know. I just like a bit of guidance, but more importantly, just like to hear from my daughter if possible.
Okay, and what's your daughter's first name, please, Michelle?
Faye,
Can you repeat that, please?
Faye with an E,
Oh,
Faye.
okay. Right. Okay. All right. Has there been some massive changes and endings in her life recently? Because I'm feeling as if there's a lot of change, a lot of turbulence, a lot of things that are going to start to settle back down again now. It's interesting because I feel she's a high energy girl, but at the same time, I think she lacks a lot of confidence in herself and her own abilities to be able to achieve things. She starts things with great gusto, and then it's all of a sudden the panic or the fear sets in, and it's like then she sort of stands frozen, and then we've got to sort of build that momentum again. 2024 will be much easier for her than 2023's been. I see, love around her, but I more importantly see her finally getting on her path, being able to work out what it is that she wants, where she wants to go. Um, she
My
doesn't
daughter
feel
passed
that
away in
comfortable.
July.
What, sweetie?
Sorry, my daughter passed away in July
Oh, I'm
of
sorry to hear
22.
that. I'm sorry to hear
So,
that. Well,
so
she's
I
coming
don't
through
know
to
what else
me
to
as
tell you.
if she's still got things that she wants to achieve. So, I appreciate she's on the other side,
I
but I
can
think
get
she's
that.
trying to give
Yeah,
you a
she's a lot
message, Mum,
younger.
that she's there, she's happy, she's working through the issues. So when she was here on Earth, was there a lot of emotional issues that she had to try and sort of come to terms with?
Yeah, she did.
I
A
think what
lot.
she was trying to do
Mental,
was try to
physical.
put things. Yeah, I think she was trying to put things into a positive spin for you as her mother to
Yeah.
let you know that, she's she's doing okay on the other side, because the way she was sort of presenting it to me as if she was still here and this is what I'm doing and that's what I've been doing, and I'm working hard at things,
That,
and that's good because they do
that's
have roles and work they do when they go through the other side. They don't just go over there and party. So, she's around you all the time. I'm so sorry for your loss. It must be something that is unfathomable, how you move past this, how you honor your daughter
not
and still
something
at the
do.
same time, try and get on with living in some way. I really I don't know how you do that when you've lost a child. It's something that's quite devastating, I'm sure. But just know that she's with you. She's at peace now. She's she loves you, and but there's a dark-headed man around her in spirit. Was there a male friend or a boyfriend or something that she was very close
Uh,
to?
my sister's partner, he passed at the same age, a year or
Right.
two
That
before,
must
and
be who
so
she's with
possibly.
then. Okay.
Yeah.
That must be who she's with then. So, all right. Yeah. That's where she is,
Okay.
Michelle. But I'm going to have to leave it there. But look, my heart goes out to you. Just know that she's okay. She's with, your sister's partner, and she's flourishing. I mean, there was just so many things here. There's nothing you could have done to prevent this. I think that's the message that she wants to share with me, that, you couldn't have changed what happened. It happened. And,
Yeah.
she's at peace now. That's what she keeps telling me. She keeps telling me she's at peace, and she keeps showing me an orange balloon, and I don't know what that means in anything.
No, not sure.
Normally they give me a bunch of flowers or something to give you, but she's giving me an orange balloon.
Well, Blackpool's orange, so I don't know if that's irrelevant. The football's
Yeah,
orange, so
look, it might come to you
maybe.
later on at what it means, but maybe it's a pumpkin. Maybe she's just trying to show you that she's happy and she knows what day it is, and she's part of the festivities. I'm not sure, but I just saw a single orange balloon being let go up into the sky. Like sometimes do at funeral services and things like that. They let balloons go. This was a single one, so
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that with you, Michelle, and I hope that your year gets a little bit brighter for you. So we're going to talk with Michelle in Robbinsville in New Jersey in the USA. Are you there, Michelle?
Oh, hi. How are you?
Very well, thank you, sweetie. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
How can I help
I'm
you
out
today?
trick or treating with my children. I
Oh,
just
how
want some
wonderful.
resolution. There, guys, I'm on a call, so just go to the next house. Sorry.
You're
What's it
welcome.
called? I just want confirmation. Things have been really a struggle financially, emotionally. My daughter just moved back into the house, and it's been one difficulty after another.
Mhm.
And I just want things to be peaceful in my life.
I can understand that, Michelle. Look, I don't know that your daughter's going to be staying with you for that much longer. Look, maybe into the first couple of months of 2024, but I think she's going to be moving on again. She is difficult. I understand that. She's a, shall we say, a high energy sort of person, and not always in the most positive of ways. You know, she sort of puts her energy everywhere, but she's got to learn to be able to cohabitate with other people as well. Look, I think finances are certainly going to improve. I don't know that there's going to be a great deal of improvement between now and the end of the year, as we're coming into, the pointy end of the year, and it's always more expensive. But certainly 2024 is shaping up to be a much, much easier year than 21, 22, 23 have been for you. And it's like finally you can sort of exhale, you can sort of breathe out and say, yes, finally I feel like I'm gaining some traction, I'm getting somewhere. There's a lot of spirit activity around you at the moment. There's lots of people sort of jumping in and out, just sort of saying hi, waving, and all this sort of stuff. Too many people for me to try and share with you. But just know that, your family members on the other side know the struggles that you've been going through. They're working really hard to try and help you sort of get your life into a better place. Um,
Mhm.
they keep saying to me that you've got tears that you're not releasing. Is there, have you been fighting back the tears? You're trying to be strong?
Oh, yeah, trying to be strong for my
Hmm.
children, three of them. I'm going through a divorce. Things have been really
Right.
difficult. And my daughter moving home, it's just been like my whole world was shaken up and down.
Hmm.
And both my kids have like mental health issues and suicidal this past spring. And it just
Oh.
was really stressful having them both attempt a day apart. So it was,
Mm.
it really sent my finances in a tizzy because who is
Mm.
yelling? Sorry.
All right.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
No,
Guys, go back
no,
to the
that's fine.
lady. This lady's just screaming at me.
You're
Go
fine.
back to her
Um,
over there, please.
it's good to see the children are out trick or treating, and that's what the show's all about. Is things happening in real live time, and us being a little tiny part of your family for a few moments. Look, I know things are going to get easier. Look, once the divorce has gone through and we've got that sort of completely final and in the rear vision mirror, you're going to start to feel as if you're back in the driver's seat again of your own life. I mean, I appreciate and understand the struggles you've been through with your children, with their mental health issues and things like that. If, you can't blame yourself for that. Nobody has answers at why this happens or why somebody's children end up in this state. It's not your fault.
Mm-hmm.
It's just sometimes a chemical imbalance or other, factors that create this. But what I was seeing was your children are starting to come out the other side of that now. I think you can sort of start to breathe a sigh of relief there. But they were showing me the tears that were dammed up have got to be released. They've got to be released, Michelle, for your own mental health. Even if it's in private, even if it's, you're watching a movie and all of a sudden you start howling, well, let them out. Don't
Mm-hmm.
sort of try and hold them back. But I know
Mm-hmm.
2024 is going to be a much, much better year for you and your family, Michelle. And, once we get this divorce well and truly out of the road, I think you'll then be able to regroup and sort of reorganize your new normal in your life, and things will certainly get better. So enjoy the rest of your night trick or treating, and I'm sure it's an absolute pleasure to be going with the children and seeing the delight on their faces. So that's where we're going to leave Michelle. She's off trick or treating with the children. How wonderful. And, this week has been a really difficult week, as I said at the beginning of the show, with, lots of people around the world sort of really, really feeling the intensity of things that are happening in their lives at the moment. There's no one particular reason, as I mentioned about, the intense moon we had over the weekend, and the planetary configurations at the moment are fairly intense. But I think it's that time of the year, and I think we've all been through so much as a globe in the last 10 years that maybe we're all a little bit worn out, emotionally frazzled a little bit, that we can't cope with much more. And that's very understandable. So I think the most important thing I can share with you is be kind to yourself. Find something that makes you smile. Put some music on, or your favorite movie or something. Allow yourself some time to just be. I think sometimes we're just so busy, we don't allow ourselves to just stand still or sit still and sort of say, I'm allowed to do that. Nobody has to give me permission. I'm giving myself permission to do that. So this week I was going to leave you with a song that is an old favourite of mine and one of my most favourite singers, and I think it's pretty appropriate for the show. It's called Spooky by David Cassidy. I mean, I know many people have covered that song, but I particularly like his version of the song. And, Halloween, as I said, is a magic aunt brought her over from across the road with the older children to go trick-or-treating, but just to see the look of magic in this little baby's eyes. Here she was all dressed up in a little pumpkin outfit, and she didn't really know what was going on, but she could feel the excitement of the older children getting excited, and they were all dressed up and their beautiful little costumes and their dark eyes, and trying to be scary like ghosts and things like that. And it's a delight to see, particularly as you get older and you don't have little children around, to get the joy out of someone else's children knocking on the door and saying trick or treat is a real treat. So until next week, enjoy David Cassidy. I know you're going to really enjoy that version of Spooky. He does a really beautiful version, particularly if you can look it up on YouTube, with those beautiful, gorgeous hazily green eyes of his, really looking quite dreamy and handsome. So until next week, happy Halloween, and I hope you have lots and lots of treats in your life. Bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Happy hump day. Happy Wednesday. And it's almost our full moon, almost 3 days away day. How's that? We'll throw that in there. So I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I am so looking forward to the readings tonight here on my podcast, but also on my Facebook page. So if you happen to here in about an hour, in 7:30 Mountain Time, and what is that? 6:30 Pacific Time and 9:30 Eastern. I'm getting these down. But hop on my mini medium page on Facebook, and I will be doing free readings for a couple hours. So if you're listening and by chance that you happen to have some time, hop on there for sure. And the readings are just going to be incredible. I'll tell you, the veil between us and the spiritual world is so very thin right now. So, I've done many, many readings the last week or so, but the veil got really thin about the 15th as far as, as we've noticed. And then what happens is about November 1st, it starts to not be as thin. So we get past good old All Hallows Eve, right? And the witches' Halloween, right? The witches' holiday. But once we get past that November 1st, then, the veil starts to not be as thin. It's still thin, but just not as thin. So I expect readings today to be just absolutely incredible, especially when we're connecting with mediumship. So connecting with loved ones who have passed, with those beautiful loved ones in the spiritual realm. And I can't wait to see if we get some beautiful connections that way. But so what we'll do, like I always do every week, I am going to give you the affirmation that I received. Now, many who know and have followed my podcast, I can't even believe, by the way, I have been with A1R for over a year now. And I'll tell you, it has been such a pleasure to work with such amazing people behind the scenes and just genuine, beautiful souls who really care. So happy anniversary to me. I think that was like back in August, but so we're a little over a year, but I love it. I'm still here and I enjoy it. So sharing every week, my gift has been just incredible. I've got to meet so many amazing people. So like I was saying, if you've been watching my show for a year or just the last couple of weeks, hopefully you'll continue. But I pull a card, which is an affirmation message, and I also get numbers. So just before I get on to my podcast, I sit and I meditate and I take some time to really get myself grounded and centered and focused so that I can ultimately give 100% of myself to you. So, which I love, and the process takes time, definitely drains us, readers, but, that's why we keep doing it, is to share our gifts and have to recharge ourselves once in a while for sure. But anyhow, okay. So the affirmation for everybody, this is such a great message. And I really hope that all of you can say this affirmation, say it back to yourself, believe it 100%. Okay. So I want you all, as I say this, repeat in your own, in your mind or out loud. I'm telling you, you got to do that or else it won't stick. So your affirmation says, I am valuable. Many people are thankful for my presence in their lives. You all are valuable. You all have a purpose. You all are meant to be here. You all have some beautiful soul's connection. And I'll tell you, your soul's purpose is given to you, before that you're born, right? Or even when, conception. So finding your soul's purpose and believing that you are valuable and that people are thankful for your presence is very important. So throwing that out there for many, because I do a lot of readings for families that have lost loved ones that unfortunately have not felt that value. So, and we channeled the souls of their loved ones. So it's heart wrenching. So I want you all to know how special you are, 100%. So, okay, all right. Well, with that said, how about we take my first caller? And this is Deborah, and Deborah's from Texas. Hi, Deborah. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you for taking my call.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. So, how can I help you tonight?
Well, I had received a message that I was going to meet my future husband on a November cruise. Now, unfortunately, that cruise had been canceled by the cruise line and rescheduled
Oh,
for January. So
ah,
I'm wondering, did I miss my opportunity to meet my future husband? Or, I have a vision of what he's going to look like, what he's going to sound like,
I love it.
just all the stats, that he is going to be. So
Yeah.
can you tell me if this person is coming into my life yet, or has that opportunity passed?
Okay. Well, as you've been talking, I thought, I'm going to pull a couple of cards here. So, yes, I want to get into all the beautiful visions I'm getting. But first, before I do, can I ask you? I always ask all my callers. I'll ask you, and then my next caller as well. But the number 16 has been a very strong number for me today. Do you connect with that number, the number 16?
Um, yeah, that's my birthday, the 16th of May.
Oh my gosh, my friend. Oh, see, this is what I have chills everywhere. I'm telling you, this is what I love. Now, just so all the callers know, all my skeptics out there, okay? You and I did not meet before, correct? We've never met.
That's correct. No, we
And
have
we
not.
and we did not talk before this, right?
That's correct. We have not.
Hey, look how beautiful. So my spirit guides, your loved ones on the other side had, collaborated together and they said, Steph, 16 is going to connect with one of your callers and your birthday's the 16th. Isn't it beautiful? I love it. It's amazing. Um, okay, well, let's continue now that I've got chills everywhere. All right, so the cards I pulled for you, which I don't necessarily read tarot, but I love to use the cards as a guide or a tool. And it's beautiful to see how magical that even the cards will come together. So um, first off, let me show the cards on my camera here. So if you go back and watch the live or whatnot, but so the first card that I pulled for you, you pulled this Fool card. Now the Fool card came out upside down. Now, I don't want you to take that word literal. You are not a fool. So we'll talk about what that means. Now, it did come out upside down, and I'll kind of tell you what that means here. Now, what I find is interesting is you pulled this Two of Wands card. In the picture, there's a gal sitting there with a globe next to her, and she's got a wand in her hand, and then she's got a wand sitting to the side. This is such a beautiful sign of you traveling, because you were going to go on this cruise. Here's you holding the wand, which is where you have control over what you want to have happen in your life. And, you do really, we all have control. We all have free will. And then the little wand that's sitting to the back of her, this is your person. This is connecting with your person that's just kind of waiting. It's so amazing. You'll have to go and look at the cards if you get a chance on Facebook or YouTube. So with these cards and how I'm feeling, everything happens for a reason. Do you believe that, Deborah?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, beautiful. Okay. So yes, November's cruise being canceled kind of was, sucky, of course, but I'll tell you there's a reason because without a doubt, your person was not on that cruise or could not make that cruise. So you would have went on this cruise and you would have maybe connected with someone who wasn't really a great guy or girl or whoever you connect with. You said men. So and so this is the universe's way of saying, you know what, it's just not the right time, so we're going to hold off. And I really feel too that when you go in February, your whole energy, your mindset, your vibration, your light is going to be so much better. You'll be in just a better position to enjoy the cruise even more. So you're going to vibrate at such a high frequency that you're going to end up connecting with what I call your person. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Okay.
and the cruise is rescheduled for January, not February.
Oh, you said January. Oh, I'm sorry. January.
That's
Remember, I got
okay.
February.
Yes.
January. Okay. Well, this is interesting. Okay, now I've even got even more chills. So I think I thought February because I kept seeing 2 months out, which November to December, December to January is 2 months. And the card
Okay.
you pulled, this Two of Wands, just as more even visual validation from the cards that January is a perfect time for the cruise. So now, so I do feel like that, yes, you have, I say, no, you have not missed your opportunity to find your person. January is a perfect time. Now, I'll tell you, can I tell you kind of visually what I see, what he looks like?
Sure. Sure.
See if we can. Okay, perfect. Okay. So, very much I feel now, I don't know how old you are, and you don't have to say on, and I don't want you to say anything yet, but I do feel this gentleman, and I do call him a gentleman because I do feel like he has a very, he's kind of old school. So old school in the sense of, opening doors and respecting women. It just feels like he's got the good old school ways. I do feel that he's, yeah, I would say I see him, maybe late 50s into 60s. I do feel he's got, what I call seasoned. He's seasoned. I like that word better. I also feel like he's a little sandy gray hair. I feel like he's got some really beautiful sandy gray hair. I do feel that he's pretty, not tall, but not short. I feel like, what we say 5'11", maybe a little at barely over 6 feet. He feels to me that he is very intelligent, very much an entrepreneurial, very business, oriented in that sense. He's very passionate about his family. He loves his family. There's a good family connection. I do feel his mom has passed, but he has and had a very good relationship with his mom, hence why he's great with women. So I like him. I like if, and I don't know what your vision has been, but boy, I'll tell you, these came in very clearly. So
Okay.
now tell me your thoughts. What is your vision?
Okay. Well, he is. I vision him to be in his late 50s, early 60s.
Beautiful.
And he's got a lot of hair. Well, for his age, I mean, it's full. He's not bald at all. It is, of course, graying. A very a distinguished looking, very preppy looking, business-like, absolutely. And it's some. He would be close to 6 foot, maybe a little bit taller than 6 foot, 6'1", maybe. I wasn't real specific about the height, but tall.
Yes.
So that when I wear a pair of high heels, I'm not towering over them. So
exactly. Exactly.
And so we would be close to. I am 69, and I look really young for my age. I'm not bragging, but I mean everybody is telling me that they have no idea that I'm sliding into, that age bracket. Most people think I'm late 40s, early
Yes.
50s.
Well, even I'm telling you, Deborah, your energy, your voice. I mean, because people know I can't see you, so I have no idea what you look like. But just hearing you, you have such a fun energy and a very youthful energy. So yeah, I just hearing your voice, I would not have even thought you were going to be close to 70. There's no way, So I love that. Anything else that you picture with him?
Um, I know that he is going to be physically fit. He's going to be healthy.
Yes.
So that's all, of course, appealing
Yeah.
to me. He
Yes.
will live, not real far from me, but I mean within driving distance, I would say. Since I live in Forney, Texas, I've got thoughts that he lives in Houston, which is close to where the cruise line is, because it's going out of Galveston, Texas.
Okay. I disagree on that one with you, but that's okay. I can't wait till you meet this man. And you're going to have to get back with me and say, guess what? I found him.
So what did you see? I mean, okay, so tell me what you had seen as far as where he's located.
Location. Yeah. I feel like I kept picking him up more in like the Florida, Alabama kind of I call it the Floribama area. I kept going more to Florida, which, I know Texas to Florida. I mean, that's not too bad, but not driving distance, obviously. But I kept going more to the, to the south, which I mean, I already knew you were from Texas, but I kept feeling him more in that Florida, Georgia, Alabama type area. So, so it could very well be that, or he's in Texas. I mean, I don't think that's a huge deal breaker, even if he's far away, because I feel with him being so well off in a sense, I think you'll be okay with, being able to see each other, and, that I'm not worried about. But,
and that was another thing too, is that he was financially substantial.
Yes.
Not super wealthy, like a multi-gazillionaire or anything like that. But I mean, there's a possibility that he's still working. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well off, well-to-do, stable, has a good stable life. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, it sounds like you and I are on the same, mindset. I love it. Well, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm flabbergasted, that you have, picked up that energy from the cards and can share the same vision of who I expect to meet and who you see that I will meet. So that's great.
Yes. Oh, I'm so happy. Well, I hope this helped you and gave you some excitement and inspiration for January. So please, if you feel comfortable, keep me up to date, or keep in touch with me. I'd love to find out for sure. Okay.
I will. Yes. And thank you so much.
Yes, you're so welcome. Thank you for calling. Have such a great night. Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. Okay. Bye-bye. All right. Oh, you guys, look at the beautiful connections. Well, let's go to our next caller. We have time. So you have Sarah from, I believe, New Jersey. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, hon.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Good. Hanging in there. Yes. How did you get through the eclipse energy? Did you guys get much of that in New Jersey?
I actually didn't even know it happened.
Oh, no. That might be okay, though, because the energy was chaotic. So maybe you did yourself a favor. That's hilarious. Yeah. Well, it was interesting. Here in Utah, we got to see a lot of it. It was almost, well, in a
really?
portion of, Yeah, it was really cool to see, but the energy was very intense for sure. So, yeah, so maybe it's a good thing. I don't know. But anyhow, but I'm happy to be here for you and help you. How can I help you tonight?
Um, my son is 7, and he, I think he may have a gift. I've been told he does, and I don't know how to help him.
Oh, girl, you've come to the right person. I can help
Yeah.
you. So ironically, or maybe I don't know if I believe in irony. I don't believe in coincidences, but when I was 7, that's when I mean, at the age of 21, 22, I was brought to the attention that at the age of 7 was my first experience with my gifts. And growing up throughout, my elementary and junior high and into high school, into college even, I just, I knew something even, something was different. And I knew that, there was something that I just didn't quite click or mesh with the other kids, in school. And I mean, I danced and cheered my whole life and I had great friends, but I just didn't, there was just something that wasn't quite right. I felt different. And so when I went and saw a psychic medium when I was about 21, 22, she's the one that opened me up to going back throughout my childhood and recognizing. So when I was 7, I saw my grandfather who had passed, and he was an apparition. I could see him. He was very, very detailed, but yet still kind of like an apparition. So anyhow, but
Yeah.
so growing up, it was really hard. And I love that you're starting to recognize this at such a young age for him. And first and foremost, my friend, and I don't feel like that you will discourage him. Others will through life, which is really hard. But if he has the encouragement from the ones that he is closest to, your son is going to flourish like no other. So um, some things that I would say to help him really is that I pulled a couple cards for you, which I don't even know if we're going to need these because I got a lot coming in. But first and foremost, does he remember his dreams?
Yes. And it's
That-
it's cool how you brought that up because he says he has a girlfriend named Olivia, but she passed away.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, and he describes like how she passed, and he's like, "Mom, I was there," and I'm like, "You sure?"
yeah, yeah, yeah. And you know what you say? You say, okay, well, tell me about her. What does she look like? What was she
Oh, he
wearing?
wrote it
You
all
know,
down.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, I love that. At 7. That is incredible.
Yeah,
That is incredible. Well, these are the things and I was just going to say, if he's remembering his dreams or his visions or the things he's, feeling or seeing with his mind's eye, have him journal all of this because that is the best way as mediums, because it sounds to me he's got more of a stronger mediumship gift at the moment. So encouraging that and having him journal everything, it'll help him to know, for one, that it's okay, for two, that it's not anything to be afraid of, or that he's weird. He's different,
yeah,
absolutely he's different, but he's special. It's a special, it's a special difference. So um have him be as detailed as he can. And I don't doubt that in a past life that Olivia was his girlfriend, or a sister. There's some kind of connection or bond that he'll have with past life souls. You know, um, so encourage him. Also, please make sure that he is protected, meaning that please have
yeah,
sage, white sage or Palo Santo in your home. So make sure, that he stays protected because at a young age, when they open themselves up, they become very vulnerable and they can become vulnerable to the not such light side of things. So
yeah.
that will be
Well, He said
Go
he
ahead.
sees my cousin that passed away. And then I'm like, well,
Oh,
just so you know, he's just protecting you from anything.
absolutely.
And I was like, so don't be
Ab-
afraid of him.
Good. I love that. I love that. Yeah. And there are I'm not too sure. You could probably Google it, I'm sure, but there are support groups. I guess I don't even like to say support groups, but support in supporting his gifts for children, which they've come a long way. I mean, I'm 48 years old, and so I mean, they didn't have that when I was growing up, so
Yeah.
but just other kids that can sit. He needs to be able to sit with someone that can relate and can just, they can talk about the things that they're seeing and hearing and feeling and knowing that others aren't. So, see if you can do that for him. Um, and also, does he ever carry any stones or crystals on his person?
What was that, hon? I'm sorry. I'm holding his brother.
Oh no, you're good. I love the cute little baby voices. um, Does he carry any stones or crystals on his person, on him?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay. So that may help as well to, well, I can't say may, it will help to protect him and deter any kind of negative energy. I would say have him get tourmaline. Tourmaline is a great stone. It's a darker stone, but he can, even at 7, he can, put it in his pocket or his backpack, or I know it's 7. I don't know about necklaces, because if they play, rough, it might come off, but bracelets, things like that might not be best at the moment. But tourmaline is good. Also, hematite is really good. Those 2 stones, I think, will help him to deter any negative energy. Okay,
All
that's a
right.
good start. Yeah, that'll be a good start for him, hun. But I love hearing that you are supportive and wanting to do whatever you can to support and encourage his gifts. Because I'll tell you, the more spiritual beings that we have after we die, the better off this world's going to be. I
Good.
truly believe it.
I was going to say,
So,
I am a very spiritual person.
yes, good. I love it. I love it. Well, and he'll just have a beautiful support system throughout his growing up. So, but I love it. I keep encouraging him, and just more importantly, make sure he's protected. Okay.
All right.
All right, my friend. Well, I appreciate you calling. I know I'm at my time, but if you're ever wanting to hop on my Facebook page, it's Mini Medium. I talk a lot about this kind of stuff. And tonight at 7:30, so in an hour, if I'm here in Utah, I will be going live on my Facebook page and doing readings. So if you want, hop on and take a look, and we'll see if maybe we can get even more connections. Okay.
All right, sweet. Thank you.
Hey, all right. You're welcome. You guys have a great night, and thanks for calling.
No problem. Thank you, hon.
Okay. You're welcome. Bye-bye. All right. Perfect. Wonderful night. I told you guys connections are incredible. Well, I am your mini medium. I love you guys. Sending you so much good love and light. I'll see you next week, Wednesday. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. My name is Suzanne. Welcome to my little corner of A1R Psychic Radio. Thank you, A1R Psychic Radio, for allowing this to happen for me and the callers and listeners. I hope everyone is doing well, and I hope that everyone is feeling love and feeling safe, and I hope that everyone is kind to one another. Kindness is very, very important, and love is very important. And this is a world in which we need it desperately, love and kindness. I also believe that God is love and love is action. So with that being said, if you appreciate the reading tonight, you can reach me at Psychic Paths, either on Facebook or on YouTube or on the website www.psychicpaths.com. So I'm here tonight, and it's Wednesday. I look forward all the time to Wednesday. I love being able to reach out and touch all of you, and it is my joy. So I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, which means that I can see past, present, and future, and I speak to past loved ones. I hope that you are having a great night, and I hope that you have a great rest of your week. And I'm just going to wait for a good caller to call so that we can continue. We are in the middle of 2 solar eclipses. So our eclipses, the next one will be in Taurus, and Taurus is asking us to be grounded and be right here on Earth where we need to be. Oh, we have Sarah from St. Anne, Missouri. Hello.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. What can I help with tonight?
I was just wanting a reading.
Is there anything that you want a reading for, or do you want it just in general?
Just in general.
Okay. Let me see what Spirit says. First off, Spirit wants you to know that you do have guardian angels and past loved ones around you. You are not alone. You are never alone. And your past loved ones on the other side and your guardian angels want you to know just how precious you are. That is what I get from Spirit right away. And I get something has happened. Something keeps you down, or something keeps you going back to something. And Spirit is well aware of that. And Spirit does not want you to lose hope, doesn't want you to lose faith in the ability that you have the strength to go through whatever you go through, and that things can get better. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Um, there is a feeling of why me, or what have I done to deserve this? And there's no answer to that. It's not, does not compute with what's going on in your life right now. Um, I feel as if you are feeling like you can't take anymore. And I do understand that feeling. Um, but you can and you will, and the sun will come out tomorrow. But you have to have faith that greater and better things are ahead of what's been and what is gone. Um, First, you need the hope and the faith, because with that, no one can go on. And so I think that is why Spirit is starting this tonight with, you need to have hope because you're not alone, and you are worthy of love, and you are worthy of being loved and cared for, and to have good things. You have a divine seed inside of you that you can just acknowledge that you deserve good things, because you are who you are. You're a human being, and you deserve good things. I feel like so much has happened to you that you've lost sight of some important things.
Yeah.
And Spirit just wants you to refocus and re-step back to understanding, um, some things are, nothing in this world is punishment. These things that happen that make us cry and upset and feel bad are lessons. If you can and say, what have I learned from what I've been through? And you really do it truly, you can come up with some really good ways in which you've grown as a human being, and how it's helped you learn to be a better human being. Strong, I don't know about going through really hard times and being strong, but I do understand going through really bad times and becoming tender, becoming softer. Um, you just need to know that you are not alone. That's what Spirit is telling me. Um, and have you lost someone recently? Because a gentleman is coming through.
Not recently, but yes.
Okay. Um, if it was within the last year, okay. But if it was in the last 3 months, I don't know if how clear it will be. But someone does come through, and he's very sad that you've been very sad, and he's been trying to communicate, and I don't think it's meeting the message. Um, I think you miss this person very, very much, and you're not healed yet from it. That's what it feels like. And he hurts when you hurt, is what I'm getting. Um, he's showing me as a young person, and he's showing me as some kind of outdoor person, like really liking the outdoor life, outdoor activities. Um, he's telling me that he died with something with his head, I think. Um, and it seems like an accident, if I'm reading him correctly. But he's with you, and you're not alone as far as he goes either. He wants to know, he wants you to know that you're special to him and that he is around you. Um, but I feel like when he does come around you, it just brings on more sadness, not a healing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So the path forward would be to choose life and to choose to go forward, move forward, and learn from whatever life is giving you to learn. Because I feel like as soon as you do that, your life will change. And these sad times and these traumatic incidences in your past will be a memory and not an expectation of what's worse to come. If I'm making sense. Sometimes I feel like I'm just um, gabbing, but I'm not. I know I'm not. Um, I
No.
just really, I just really want you to know that you're precious and you're loved from this side and that side, and not to give up hope. You have to have hope. You have to move forward and go forward and realize that all the good things are on moving forward. There's nothing backwards anymore. Just everything is forward. And I think you'll be okay. I think that you can get through this. I feel as if there's some kind of a DNA kind of feeling of expecting the worst because the universe is working for you, not against you. And they're telling me that's why you're still here. You're still here because the universe wants good things for you. So I hope you can remember this and move forward with hope. Have both hope and faith because good things are going to be coming your way. I can promise you that. Okay?
Okay.
Please do. Please open up your heart to the good things. And I'm not going to say anything about the bad things that to invalidate that. I'm not going to invalidate it. Okay?
Okay.
All right, honey. Good night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Reverend Maria Leggett, and I'm coming to you live from Dayton, Ohio. I literally have the greatest producer ever who makes me laugh, which is why I always start this show laughing. The things that he says in my ears are hysterical. So I am so excited. This is November 1st. Today is All Saints Day, and yesterday was All Hallows Day. All Hallows Eve was on Monday. I'm trying to remember what day of the week it is. And so this is said to be the time of the year when the veil is the thinnest between this world and the unseen world. And the answer is, everybody asks me, why is that? And the answer to that question is that because we start celebrating the light coming back to life with Beltane on May 1st, and that is when the light begins coming back to life. And then 6 months later is yesterday, which is October 31st. And Samhain or Halloween is the third feast of three feasts to celebrate the harvest and being able to pull in the crops and all of the things coming in. And so that was basically like our first Thanksgiving, long before we had anything with the States. And that was all over in Europe, where we would celebrate and have a feast and share. And people would go around to each other's houses. They would be dressed up in a sheet or in different clothing so they could honor the ancestors that time of the year, because they could tell that they were around. And so a lot of the times they would wear the skeleton, the head skeleton of a horse or of a cow, something that was very large that they could actually put on their own head. And they would go knocking door to door, which is a great way for them to have been able to honor the ancestors. And when they would show up, they would always offer food or something to them to say thank you to the ancestors for showing up. And that is pretty much how Halloween and Trick or Treat Beggars Night was created. So that is a very long-standing tradition. So I love being able to talk about everything that has to do with spirit and why things are the way they are, because this right now, we are right smack in the middle of that first half of the year where it was all light. And this is the second half of the year where we're going to be much darker. And it's the easy way for so many people to be able to get messages from their crossover loved ones, to be able to see the signs and the symbols. Often we are smelling things, right? We can smell different kinds of things going on. So, all righty. So we have Loretta from Miamisburg, Ohio. Hello, my darling. How are you?
Hi, Maria. I'm good. How are you?
I am doing very well. How can I help you tonight, love?
Just some future answers to the questions that you probably know that I already have.
I do. So for anybody watching this, Loretta is one of my clients. So I love that she made it onto the show.
Me too.
All right. So we're just looking for some answers. All right, Spirit, show me what we need to know. I'm going to use that beautiful deck. I'm using a beautiful deck called the Halloween Oracle, and it is by Stacy D. DeMarco, just Stacy DeMarco. All right. So here we go. They just dropped a couple of cards for me. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to use tonight, Loretta, we have the word scrying. And this card is the scrying card, and it has a beautiful crystal ball on it, and it has candles. And on there with the scrying, it says intuition. And Spirit says that it is really important for you to really begin trusting your intuition. And your intuition is different than your ego. And the way that they're trying to tell me is that when your intuition is on and you're understanding what's happening, it is a different feeling than when your ego kicks in. And they're telling me that when your ego kicks in for you, you feel it kind of like a pit in your stomach going, oh my God, it's just the worst thing possible. And Spirit says that they want you to step into, it doesn't have to always be the worst scenario possible. So they're asking you to step into trust for them, knowing that they've got your back, knowing that they're going to support you through everything that you are experiencing in this moment, and that they are proud of you for showing restraint the other day when you needed to. I don't know what that means, but that's what they're telling me.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, good. I'm glad. So the next one we have is Lady de los Muertos, which I love. I love, 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 right? So we have Santa Muerte, who is known as the death goddess. She's absolutely beautiful and amazing. And what's
Can you
underneath
repeat
the
that? I'm sorry. Who is it?
Lady de, Lady de los Muertos. And
Okay.
she's the Muertos is death. So it's the Lady of Death. And the words underneath
Okay.
it say acceptance and equality. So it's important for you to be able to step into acceptance for the situation that you're in, knowing that the system that you are working within is really trying to find the most equal and safe place for the youngest person in the situation. I'm trying to be really careful about what I say.
I
And
appreciate that.
so, oh, my pleasure. And so for you to know, sometimes it becomes important to turn the other cheek. And there are other times when you need to address the situation head on. And that's why they're talking about you showing the restraint, because it was really important that you turned the other cheek in that situation, because everybody is looking at you and your reaction. And are you going to perpetuate and make a difficult situation stay difficult? Or are you the answer to stepping out of that situation? Does that make sense?
That makes absolute sense. Yes.
Perfect. So the next card we have is Graveyard. And so it's got a headstone on it, and it has this beautiful, huge, it's a pumpkin, but it's an orange moon behind it. And it says unnecessary fear. And so for those who are able to watch on TV, here's the beautiful card. Um, with the unnecessary fear, Spirit is talking about you've been through so many things in your life that your go-to is automatically, oh my God, it's the worst thing possible. Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely. Absolutely.
And and so it's really important that you start stepping out of fear and stepping into trust. And they're showing it to me. The very difference is, just to use some very black and white things, is that fear is this very dark, dense, heavy energy. And when we sit in that fear, because we know the law of attraction means like attracts like, when you're stepping into fear, you're bringing fear in towards you, Loretta, rather than bringing in the love, acceptance, and the light that you're looking for. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, definitely.
And so what they're asking you to do is when you step into trust and say, all right, God, here's the deal. I know you've got my back. I know this is difficult, but I'm handing all of this over to you and trusting that the right outcome is going to happen. Even if I don't like the outcome, I know that you have a bigger plan than me. And that's going to be you stepping from that dark, heavy, dense energy into gray, going over into completely white, which is full of trust, and that you're going to be able to feel less tension, less difficulty, because they're taking me right into my neck and my shoulders where I'm really uncomfortable, and I want to start rolling my shoulders back and saying, "Oh, it hurts because I'm so stressed." Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. I'm having a hard time surrendering. And my guys
I
have
can
been
totally,
telling me I need to
yep, I
surrender.
can totally understand why. And that's what they want. They really are hammering home surrender for you, because they do know what they're doing. They promise you. And, one day when you're on the other side in the unseen world, you're going to be able to see why everything played out the way it did. But right now, because we're in these heavy, dense skin suits, we don't always get to know the why. And that becomes really hard for us, especially when we're, as women, we want to fix things and make it all right for everybody. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So the
Absolutely.
last card we have, which I love this time of year, we have the ancestors. And this is showing it's a beautiful tree that has like DNA running up the trunk. It's absolutely gorgeous. And underneath it, it says the love and legacy of our DNA. And so there are family on the other side. I want to talk about definitely the female line of your family. So mom, grandma, great grandma, that you have all of these beautiful ancestors who are supporting you and asking you to be ready to step out of fear because they lived in fear as well. And so all of these situations are presenting themselves because we're ready to stop living in fear. Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely does.
And
Definitely in the bloodline.
yeah, so they're showing it to me as though you are their hope. You are their star. You are the light because they were not able to recognize their own inner light while they were here. They stayed in fear. And I definitely want to talk about them, like going all the time going, oh my God, don't do that. What if? What if? What if?
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And you Yep, you don't have to do all of that what if. You need to trust that spirit has your back, Loretta. They're going to take care of you. They're going to help take care of the situation. And again, we have to be prepared for maybe it's not the way we want it to be. However, know that spirit has a reason for why it's happening right now. Um, Although the interesting thing is they literally just showed me as though gates are opening up and it's clearing a path for peace and happiness and a resolve in the relationship between you and the one generation behind you, which will help the generation by that. Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely does.
So it's going to help your offspring, which in turn helps that offspring. So they're really just asking you to step into trust, know that they are there for you, and they are going to love and support you through all of this. And the gates are going to be opening. They're just asking you to be patient.
I'm trying. I have been for a long time.
Awesome. I know. Thank you so much, Loretta, for joining my show tonight. I am so grateful for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am so grateful to all of you who are watching. This has been such a tremendous thing. I love being able to do this with you. Come and see me at marialeggett.com to book your one-on-one private reading. And I hope to see you here next week, every Wednesday at 8:45 p.m. Eastern on AskOneRadio.com. Have a wonderful evening.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello. We're live. It certainly beats the alternative. I'm Perry Lyons, and this is New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons, so that's me twice. And in fact, it does that in the intro credits. It says, Perry Lyons, Perry Lyons. And I always feel like, now batting. Hi, guys. It's Per. I'm happy to see you. I love you. The color looks great on you. So today we're going to launch into a minute, we're going to launch into the psychic tarot weather, which is just like real weather, except less damaging to crops. Wow, I screwed that up. Less damaging to crops. Up there. So we're going to do the psychic weather for the week, which applies to, if you're watching, it applies to you. We're also going to be taking calls. So only 2. So dial that number and cross your fingers, because I have an evidential proven 92% accurate rate. I can't talk to, I might be accurate, but I'm like, I can't talk. I hate that. I hate being stone cold sober and still acting like I'm not. Anyway, so I'm here to answer your real questions with real answers. And I actually care. So I genuinely do. I just love my viewers because I get the coolest people calling in. So I also was thinking about this ghost story I was told by my friend Michael Peter Smith, great songwriter. And I thought I'd quickly tell it to you, but so it goes like this. I knew a girl who came from Little Falls. Her name was Agnes Hines. She fell in love with a boy named Jimmy Harris, but he had a short lifeline. A year after Jimmy was killed in a car crash, she married a man from Cornell. Happy ending. They had 3 little kids in a big house in Upper Montclair. Don't try that at home. Gypsy wind, it says to me, things are not what they seem to be. Beware. One day your husband's at work and the kids are at school. When who comes tooling up the drive looks just like Jimmy Harris. And he says he just got back from Paris and he's looking very much alive. Ooh, Jimmy, she cried. I thought you had died. And he laughed and he said, so did I, Cherie. And if it was not for your love, I would not be here. Gypsy wind, it says to me, things are not what they seem to be. Beware. You want to find out how this ends? This is how it ends. The neighbors say that as they drove away in his Chevrolet, his face began to change, and in the middle of that bright suburban morning, they disappeared in flames. Now maybe you have a demon lover, someone who might have been your husband or your wife. Watch out for people who belong in your past. Don't let them back in your life. Oh, gypsy wind, it says to me, things are not what they seem to be. Beware. Sometimes you have to sing a story. So that's Demon Lover by Michael Smith. And that was sung a cappella, which means I forgot my guitar in the hotel room. But it has some very good advice. If you've watched as much true crime as I have, which God help you if you have, you'll know that it's a bad idea to let past loves back in. Just food for thought. Happy pre-Halloween. Let's pick the cards. Okay. So here's how this works. The first card is for the beginning of the week, which is right now, Wednesday. And then the second card is for the middle of the week, which is 2 or 3 days from now, the weekend. And then the third card, hi, Rebecca in Louisiana. Oh, I love Louisiana. Louisiana. So I'll be with you as soon as I finish the psychic weather. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to breathe in deeply while you're waiting, and then breathe out like you're blowing out a birthday candle. Perfect. So do that, concentrate on your question, and I'm going to do the psychic weather. So as I was saying, I'm sorry, I'm very ADD. So when I saw Rebecca's name come up, I just had to answer it. Come up. come up. The third card is for next Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So the first card this week is interesting. This is the, boop, it's the Seven of Cups. As you'll notice, in each cup, there's a different thing. One of them holds like glory. And one of them holds snakes, which is not a good thing in a cup. Snakes in a cup. One of them. So it's all these different dreams and wishes, and some of them are fantasies. Some of them aren't. So the beginning of this week is a really good time. I just love doing that. Really good time to start sorting out what your actual dreams are, which are obtainable. All you have to do is be willing to A, be specific, B, do the work, and C, be specific and do the work. So it's a really good time to sit down with a pen and paper and write out what you're fantasizing about, and then pick one or two things, dream big, and then work backwards, work back from the goal, figure out how to make it possible. You're 100% responsible for your destiny, except for the parts where you're not, but it depends on you. You can do this. Trust me. Actually, if you really want to trust me, I have some seafront acreage in Iowa you might want to buy. Second part of the week is you're going to be tapping into your inner intuition, inner intuitiveness or intuition, your inner smart self. And you're going to be doing that by meditating or just sitting still. And the reason is the Queen of Pentacles. She represents intuition, but she also represents your intuitions about money and practical things and how to apply those to your future. I'm seeing a theme take shape here. So you're going to look at the list you wrote at the beginning of the week, and then in the middle of the week, you're going to sort of meditate and see what it is that you're called to do. And then here's the surprise part, and then do it. The other part of this is really interesting. This is a deck I really like, and next week I'll tell you what the name of it is. But the name of this card is Gold. So we're definitely on a theme here. We're on the theme of fulfilling your dreams in a realistic way for abundance and prosperity. And this card means that you don't need someone else to fix you. What this means in the context of this reading is that, when we sit down and really face our dreams, boom, 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 mano a mano, or womano a womano, face to face, sometimes we'll get scared and run away, or we'll self-sabotage. You don't have to do that, and I don't think you're going to. So here's what you're doing this week. You're going to look at the difference between what your fantasies are, what your dreams are, and you're going to pick a goal and work backwards and take practical steps, because you're getting intuitive guidance and a lot of just good universe energy about that. And you're going to recognize when your resistance comes up and just tell it to shut up and sit in the corner and keep doing what you're doing. So you've got a really important week coming up. And that's that. So Rebecca, are you still here, my angel?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi,
Yes,
honey,
ma'am.
how are you?
Oh, I'm doing just fine. And you?
I'm awesome. I'm happy to hear your voice. So, God, I love Louisiana.
We hot now. It's very
Yeah,
hot.
but
I'm way down in Lafayette.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love Lafayette. Oh my God, I had the best, crayfish ever there. But let's turn the attention to you entirely. When is your birthday, my angel?
August 27th.
Oh, that is the day of the Sphinx. It's a very unusual and very special day. It means you have natural healing gifts. You're very insightful about people. You don't tell everybody your business either. They don't call it the day of the Sphinx for nothing. Sphinx doesn't talk a lot, partially because it's an enormous lump of rock in a desert and they tend not to talk. But the Sphinx, the imaginary mythical animal, was known for keeping silent except when it was wise to speak. So any of these things...
All the time, but I'm learning that the hard way.
I know. You and me both. I usually only learn that after I've said the wrong thing. Right.
Yeah,
I see. I should have shut up then. So, and how can I help you, my angel?
I'm more or less trying. I'm not quite sure what the future holds. I'm actually 61. Recently lost my job, but more concerned about my granddaughter and my daughter, who are both struggling. Yeah, my granddaughter has lost 3 babies. She miscarried 3 times in a row.
Oh.
And
Oh.
my question would be, will she ever have a successful pregnancy?
First of all, did you say you're 51 or 61?
I'm 61.
Oh, cool. So you're born in the year of the tiger. You can do anything. That's Chinese astrology. You're born in 1962. I think that women hit their real beauty around 61. 50 to 75, I think, are actually a woman's most beautiful and powerful years. You're fine.
I don't know about that.
My feeling is you're
That's all
well.
drama.
I do. Just trust me on this. I can tell. You're gorgeous.
Okay.
I can see with my heart's eye. You have the beautiful, beautiful soft skin, and you have beautiful greenish eyes, greenish gold.
Yes, I sure do have greenish eyes.
Yes, you do. And I don't know about you. I haven't seen my real hair color since 1985. But
no, I actually don't dye my hair. I'm lucky enough that I haven't turned gray yet. I got a little bit of Irish in me. It's red.
That's what I was working up to. I haven't seen my real hair color, but you have yours. That's where I was going.
Yeah.
And you have lovely red hair. It's very pretty and slightly wavy, and it's fine.
Yes.
And I want your hair.
You could have it as a bunch.
So let's first talk about your granddaughter. I want her to go to does she have an OBGYN that she can go to? Or does she have health insurance?
Going tomorrow morning. Yeah,
okay.
we're actually going tomorrow.
Great. I would, because it feels to me, and I'm not a doctor, and I don't even play one on TV, but what my guides are saying is something's going on that's very easily remedied. She needs to tell the doctor all of her symptoms. Don't be shy. People sometimes go to the doctor and they're like, they don't tell him everything that's going on. So she's got some nausea, she's got some dizziness, and she needs to tell him all of that. So tell the doctor all of the symptoms. I think that she's got possibly vitamin deficiency of some kind. There's also something she might have, and I think you're going to find out. I would ask the doctor if he would check for fibroids. Uterine, it's fibroids, fibroids. It feels to me like there's something getting in the way of the kid. What do you embryo? Right. Yeah. Grasping the edge of the uterus.
Like if she finds out she's pregnant today, 5 days at the most, she won't even carry a whole week. She'll lose.
Oh, well, I think that's gonna. My feeling is, I think you've got a good doctor there. The most important thing is, I think she's got fibroids, so she needs to tell him to make sure you ask him about a sonar test, and she has to tell him what she eats. Get really thorough with the doctor, because this feels to me like it's really fixable. It really does, and I think by this time next year, you're gonna have a very, very pretty little grandbaby, who you should name Perry, because it works for even boys or girls.
I will definitely tell her
that. You don't have to. I won't hold you to that.
That's okay, but I'll tell her.
Your daughter's a little lost, but she's got a real gift for working with children. And she's very creative. I think that's why she's a little lost. I think maybe she had a little drug stuff in her past, but that was because she had a bad boyfriend. So what I would suggest is that if there's lots of, there's more like grants and free money available to go back to school, even for like a 1-year degree or something like that. I think the best thing she could do, she's got a lot of talent. She's very creative. So she could go to school for a year, go to cosmetology school. She needs a skill because she doesn't feel good about herself because she's not doing something that makes her feel good about herself. And I want her to feel good about herself because I feel good about her. I think she's lovely, and I think people really like her. She's got such a big heart. Am I right? Are you there? Oh, honey, where'd you go? Do I exist? If a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, does it still fall? Dave? Okay. Okay, so darling, that's what I'd suggest. I think we accidentally got cut off, but what I would suggest is just go to the doctor, tell the doctor everything she's feeling, and if she doesn't, you tell them, because doctors are great and they want to listen and they want to help us, and that's that. Okay, we're going to go to the next caller. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thank you for calling. We have Robin. Where are you calling from, Robin?
I'm calling from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Oh, love Pittsburgh. It's such a great city. Oh, I just love it. It
Yeah, I like
reminds
it.
me of a European city, and those crazy beautiful trees, those crazy like pine trees. I love Pittsburgh, but then man, everybody talks about the hills in San Francisco, but they never mention the hills in Pittsburgh. And I'm here to tell you, those things in the ice. Anyway, hi Robin. When's your birthday? Right? Am I right? Oh,
Yes,
when's your birthday, my angel? Yeah. When's your birthday, my angel?
8/14/61.
8/14?
August 14th.
Oh,
Yes,
Leo.
8/14.
Leo.
Yes, ma'am.
Leo. We love Leos. I should have
Yeah.
like a special button that when I hit for Leos and it lights up and says Leo, Leo, Leo in big neon letters. Because you guys Leos would love that. And I would love it. I've got a Leo moon, so I feel you. Okay, my angel. How can I help you? I love the name Robin. How can I help you?
Just wondering if there's any messages from any of my loved ones. I could
Did
use
somebody
one right
pass?
about now.
Oh, sweetheart. I know you're going through a hard time, but well, I'll tell you, somebody who came. This doesn't happen very often. Your mom has passed, right?
Yes.
Okay. Here's something that I've never happened before to me. My mom just went and got your mom, and your mom
Really?
loves you. Yeah. Yeah. No, really. I don't say anything I don't mean unless you ask me my age or weight. Um, no, I don't say stuff. That's really. My mom was a great woman, but she also had a beautiful heart. So I think you and your mom were a little estranged at one point. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm a recovering addict.
Yeah. Well,
She
thank
didn't
God
get
you're
to see me
recovering.
clean.
Well,
Yes,
she does
amen.
now.
I got 10 years this come September.
Yes. Oh, congratulations. That is the best.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I know exactly what a hard road that is. And to all my viewers and listeners out there, if you have a problem, go to NA or AA. It's free. You look it up. You'll be the most supportive people in the world are there. And if you're scared to
To
go,
get that message, you just
yeah. So please, if you're out there listening,
call somebody. Somebody always go with you.
Yeah.
Don't be
Listen to
afraid.
me and Robin. You save
People
your
just
own
like
life.
you and I.
Oh, people exactly like me and you.
People just like you and I. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they're really loving, and you'll save your own life, and there's so much good stuff waiting for you. And Robin, my mom went and got your mom, and I think was she kind of a full-figured woman?
Somewhat, yeah. Someone. No, that would be my aunt. That would be my aunt Donna Lee. She was like my mom.
Was she
That would be my aunt, full figured. That was my mom's sister. That was my mom's sister.
Did you get along with her really well?
So I spent every summer.
Okay.
Oh my God! I spent every summer. I was with her more than my mom. I was like summertime, especially.
And now my mom is saying, my mom is saying, you idiot! I went and got her aunt. I didn't tell you I got her mother. I'm going to say something. It's just. Did your aunt have big wobbly arms? I'm sorry to put it that way, but I can't. I'm
Yeah.
just blind.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
That's
that's my
first thing I got.
woman,
Big wobbly arms. Right. And she also she had a necklace that I think she liked necklaces, honestly. But I love her. I love her. And I love your mom too, but my mom went and got your aunt. Sorry, Mom. My mom's just
my aunt's the character in the family.
Should she dress like a little over the top, but just kind of great? Does she wear a lot of red? Maybe that's why I'm wearing red tonight.
Well, that would have been my other aunt, Jackie.
Yeah.
That's all sisters. Like you're talking about all sisters. That's all sisters. They might all be there. I don't know. They're all up there.
They're all there. Well, they were kind of like the Three Musketeers. Okay, we've got two aunts, and I've got your mother.
The wobbly arms would have been Donna Lee. But the red, that would have been my Aunt Jackie. She was a redhead and fiery red. She was the pistol of the family.
Red lipstick, red. I couldn't figure out why I put on a red shirt.
Oh yeah,
tonight,
that was
I
my
never wore
Aunt
red.
Jackie.
Yeah, that happens a lot here. Your mom is
and that's cool with me. Listen,
what?
My mom's very shy.
Yeah, your
My
mom's
mom
very
was
shy.
shy, very shy.
So Jackie's
Yes,
not
very.
shy. So
No, by no means.
and who's the aunt with the wobbly
She
eyes?
always took up for her mom. That would be the older sister. That'd be Donna Lee. Jackie would be the baby, and my mom would be the middle sister.
Three Musketeers. Three people more different you could not find. But they were
No,
held
agreed.
together.
They are all different.
Really different, but they loved each other and their family, and I love that. I love sisters who stick.
My
My
grandma wouldn't have it no other way.
Well, you'd be surprised with kids, you know. I'm just really happy that these three siblings stuck together through thick and thin. Doesn't always happen, trust me. And they all love you. Were you the baby? Why is everybody's making a big fuss over you?
No. I'm next to the oldest. The oldest is passed on, but I'm the next to the oldest. I'm like the matriarch of the family, I guess you would say now.
They are so
Maybe
proud
that's
of
why I
you.
got my crowd together finally. I'm glad. I really needed to hear that, especially from my mom. I needed to hear that.
Your mom loves you so much, but she's getting a little over.
Been holding me back.
Oh no, your mom loves you, and listen. Here's the thing. I never believed in life after death until until I accidentally started doing this. I didn't even mean to do this kind of work. So trust me when I tell you that the personality and love survives. And there's a beautiful place we go to. And what your mom wants you to know is don't give up in love. Don't. You have a wonderful person coming towards you. By the time you're 63, you're going to be in a really solid relationship. And it's going to come the day after you're like, you know what? Forget it. I'll spend the rest of my life alone. I'm okay with that. And the next day it's like, ding dong. And I don't know, maybe the FedEx guy is going to propose to you. But you've got a great relationship coming up. Your kids are going to be okay. You did not F them up the way you think you did. She wants you to know that.
Thank God.
And she wants you to know that she always saw the magnificent person you are. She always did. And you know that. You know that, right? You know that she always saw you.
My mom
She
always
saw
had
you.
my back.
She always had your back. She never gave up on you. Yeah.
She raised me to be a good-hearted person. I've always been a good. Even when I was an addict, I still had a good heart. I still wore my heart on my sleeve. You know what I mean?
You have a lovely heart. And you know, when I had my near-death experience, I came back. You know, people think that you have to be a saint or whatever to go to heaven. What I got was that what the good Lord looks at is our day-to-day interactions with people, and you make everybody you come in contact with feel important, seen, heard, and special. Got that? That's what you do. And honestly, I think that's what God wants from us, to be kind to each other and to let each other know that we're important and special. And you bring that. I don't care if it's at the grocery store, you talk to the checkout clerk. I don't care if you're at the post office, you make the person selling you stamps feel like, you know,
yes, I do.
Yes, you do.
I do.
And your mom wants you to know that she always saw that. Always. Got that?
Sure.
And she's so proud of you.
Thank you.
She is so proud of you. And yeah, it took you until after she passed, but you know, they see it anyway. They really do.
Yeah, I believe there's more. I believe there's more. I believe there's more than this life.
And there's more in this life for you, is what I want you to know. And that's what your mom wants you to know.
Because I'm ready to start living.
Good. Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. And by the way, I fully
well,
think
like I said, I'm trying to find me again. I finally think I found me again. Now I'm ready to start looking. I didn't want to I didn't want to bleed on somebody else. You understand?
Oh, do I understand? Yeah, I understand. You know, and it's when you're rather than two halves, one half and another half making a whole. If you're one whole and one whole coming together, you're bigger than the sum of the parts. And you're right, but you are going to have. You've got really good time. Astrologically, you've got something called the Jupiter return going on. Jupiter is the planet of good luck and expansion and opportunity. And if there's one thing you can rely on, it's a planet. It's not going anywhere. It's bigger than you are, and you can lean up against it. So Jupiter is really on your side right now. You're going through what's called a Jupiter return, and you're going to notice that when you start getting specific and badass about what your dreams are, it's not too late at all. You're at the beginning of the next 30 years of your life, and you're going to kick butt. You really, I say that with everything.
Beginning
You know that though. Yeah. So what I want you to do is stop smoking, or if you don't smoke, then I want you to get some
Oh,
exercise
thank
you
you.
need.
Yes, I have to quit. Yes, I completely agree.
Yeah.
It's killing me. Yes.
Yeah, I know. Listen, if it was up to me, I would just sit in a room and smoke for 24 hours. I freaking love it. But quitting is really important for you right now because emphysema runs in your family, and I don't want you to get that because I want you to be present because we need you, Robin. We need you.
Yes.
I mean, that sounds a little
you.
odd, but you're special and you're important, and I'm not blowing smoke. I'm telling you the truth. As one friend of Bill to another, right? Know what I'm saying?
Oh, yes, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Good.
Take all the good. I'll take it.
Well, you've got lovely stuff coming up for you, and I'm going to have to wrap up, but I want you to know that you'll be in my meditations.
For every second you gave me.
Oh, I'm grateful for you. You've got a really lovely energy, and it's going to just float me through the rest of the week. And thank you very much for trusting me with your trust. That came out a little more redundant than a minute.
Thank you.
Dear. Bless you. Oh, that was
bless
so
you,
fun.
dear.
Thank you, dear.
Bye,
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Oh, that was so much. See, I get the best people in the world calling in this show, and I am really grateful for that. Next week, why don't you join them? Show up at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're in Canada, the United Kingdom, the U.S., Australia, New Zealand. We're everywhere. And so you can call in, and I'm here live, and I'm just, my mission is to love and serve. So I'll see you next week, 9 p.m. That color looks great on you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Sacred Insights with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sacred Insight
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Happy Halloween. Thank you for tuning in today. I am Andrea Bacon, and today's topics is going to be spirits beyond the veil. What are some ways that spirit can manipulate energy during a visitation? Now, first, I just want to let you know a few offerings that I have in my shop real quick. I just want to mention I'm doing a reading that is for Halloween. It's a Samhain reading. So it talks about embracing your shadow, messages from the ancestors, what you need to release. So that is available. And then I just wanted to show you a couple of my perfume mists that I make. They're available too. So if you can see it, if not, that's okay. But this is my mist perfume called Aphrodite. It is made with pure essential oils and it smells amazing. It's got like pink lotus, amber, rose maroc, and it is in an organic rose water. And then I have another lovely one, Fairy Godmother, and it is in vanilla. It's got vanilla, rose otto, amber, and it also has the organic rose water in it. So there's several in there in my shop, and you can go ahead and check it out if you want. It's in stan.store/medium Andrea. Okay. And they're in those cobalt blue 4-ounce glass jars. So now let's talk about Samhain, or it is the Celtic New Year. So it's an Irish word for summer's end. And they say that the veil is thinner now at Halloween and All Saints Day, All Souls Day. And the spirit world have many ways of letting us know that they're around. They may bring a scent around you that reminds you of them. It could be anything from a food or a drink that they liked. They could be perfume cologne that they liked or wore that you could just smell out of nowhere. Certain flowers like a rose or a lily or something, of that nature that they would grow in their garden or like to have fresh in their house. And even sometimes cigarettes and alcohol. In fact, they will, if you associate that with them, but sometimes they would put, those tastes of different foods or different drinks in my mouth, during readings, or just it can happen out of the blue when you're going through your normal daily routine as well. Just that's how they are letting you know they're around. Now, they can also manipulate objects. So I'm sure some of you have had where you were looking for an item that you've misplaced and you looked everywhere and you go back and it's your item's there where you looked. So that's kind of a common thing that they'll do, or they'll slightly maneuver an item where you left it and just so it's turned a little bit. And then maybe, there's a chair that looks like it's slightly moving, but there's nobody there. That can be spirits and your loved ones. They can manipulate electronics, like they'll change the TV channel, or certain devices can go off and on or make a noise or some type of beeping, and spirits will do that to let you know that they're around. And some people will be like, well, why are my loved ones around me? What are they trying to tell me? As if they're worried that there's some kind of cryptic message there. But it's not like that. It's just that they are letting you know that they are around, and that they're there and that they can do these things from the other side. But then there's also, separate from our loved ones, there's also earthbound spirits. That they don't always know that they're not alive anymore. Normally they're just like at a haunted location usually. Not always, sometimes they're at places like the store, but for the most part, they're in, haunted houses, haunted locations. For some reason, they chose not to go into the tunnel of light when they passed on. So they have not crossed over yet. So you may have seen like depictions of like ghosts, on television or whatnot, where they have scars on their face, or they're like limping or walking with an injury or something like that. And that's kind of to acknowledge that they haven't crossed over because they have not received the healing from the other side that we all do when we enter the healing presence from the light and the other side. And so that's why, sometimes they're depicted like that. And they can stay in a location that they're emotionally attached to when they were alive, or something that they felt a strong responsibility for. They can stay attached to objects that, feel very possessive over, or just certain locations in general. But some of them stay behind out of fear that what they did, is not forgivable. And so they think that they'll be punished, that what they did when they were alive was like too horrible. So, but each soul will receive love and healing when they pass. So that's not really true, but that is basically the reason why they choose not to do so. While there are plenty of haunted places in the world, there absolutely are, I really want to say that not to worry when it comes to this happening to someone that you know, because like out of all the readings that I've done to connect with people and their loved ones, nobody was earthbound. And it's not a common occurrence. So your loved ones have crossed over. They're at peace in the light. Their soul is expanding. They're evolving into the higher realms. And, people always ask, what is the message? And like I was saying, it's always just that they want to connect with you and that they love you. So, if you have ever been to like these haunted places, I know I have, you may have experienced or heard of a poltergeist. Now, poltergeist is a German word that means noisy spirit. I have experienced this a few times where they will create a lot of chaos to drive people away who are in their space. Some theories about poltergeists state that they are created by a lot of like negative energy or just charged energy by people who are alive. And they have a lot of chaotic emotions. They also have spiritual abilities. They may not be aware that they have them, but they're affected by or sensitive to energy. They may have some lower vibrational energies around them, and it's just kind of all this one big old soup in creating this frenetic energy. So they don't know how to control it. It's chaotic. Usually it kind of happens and manifests in their living space. So this, it can happen. It doesn't mean that will happen if you have abilities and, you have a lot of emotions. It's just something that can happen. And that's usually how a poltergeist is formed, from what a lot of mediums have said. And I kind of feel that way too. But they take on a life, that energy takes on a life of its own and becomes that poltergeist type of thing. It can also be affected by other other lower vibrational trickster spirits that can affect that energy and make it do things. If you've ever seen that movie Poltergeist, where the television is snowy and fuzzy looking, that's kind of the feeling, the energy. It's that frenetic, fuzzy, chaotic energy. If you are in a haunted place that has, a poltergeist. So I was I went to the Whaley House in Old Town San Diego, and I experienced that there. It can make you feel nauseous. It can, make you feel fearful or sad, or it's like you kind of feel overcome a little bit, and it can make you feel drained. And it's like a dense, heavy pressure. Now, I do like to go to some of the haunted tours. I know a lot of people do. Some people stay really away from that, but you got to definitely protect yourself before you go into those things. But I even had an experience with a poltergeist actually while I was antiquing in Vermont. It was in an antique store. And I think it was probably either an object that was in there that kind of drew it in there, coupled with the building being really old. And they want to run you out of their space. They are aggressive. And, I haven't heard of anybody actually being physically harmed, but I know they say that can happen. But I got out of there, and it's definitely something that is a phenomenon that has occurred that many people have experienced. So, but aside from all that, our loved ones are in a beautiful place and they always have messages for us. And some of the main messages that I have gotten from them doing readings and whatnot are that, like, if you couldn't be with them when they passed, then you really weren't meant to. And so I know a lot of people can be really sad and, make things even harder for them when they're grieving. But a lot of people, when they're passing, wait till other people, everybody has kind of gone out of the room anyway. So don't carry that around with you if you're in that situation. And they watch over you and they're inspired by you and they love you very much. They see the ripple effect that you put out into the world and all the things that you do and have to go through and how you bring it all back to the energy of love, and it really lights up the planet, and they're seeing this from a higher perspective. So that is my show. That's what I have for you today. Have a wonderful and safe Halloween if you celebrate, and you can check out my store and you can email me if you have any questions about any of the readings.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Again, live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you for that entry to our producer, Dave. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I am your host, Carmel Ann. You'll see us from a different location today, and my co-host, who has his own little chair going on. So meet Jack. Jack has been sleeping on me all day today, which meant that I had barely any time to get ready, a minute to spare setting up, and we're in a different location. So today I wanted to talk about a tarot reading and the process of booking a tarot reading online and what goes on in a tarot reading, but I'm going to, he's really going for it. So I'm going to do that next week because I'm a little bit unprepared, but that's okay. Thanks to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, I've learned a little bit more confidence a lot more confidence as time has come on, and I think I can do this with the help of Jack. So I wanted to talk about an event I'm hosting. The event will be on June the 1st of 2024. It will be held in Geelong. That's in Victoria, in Australia. So if you're near there, or you will be there, or you want to be there, please do check out my event. I'll be offering an afternoon with myself. So that's June the 1st, 2024, and tickets are $50, but there's per person, but we've established a really good value and some surprises in there that will give you much more than $50 in value. So, and I found really exciting ways to do that. So I'd love to see you there. It is my first event like this, but I had lots of people ask me, and I thought, yep, I'm going to do this. Probably not ready, but I'm more ready than I'll ever be. Like my first show of Soulfully Guided on air. So that if I go back there, I will not be as nervous as that. That was a huge step forward. So, but the event is going to be a 3-hour event. It's going to have up to about 90 minutes of readings, not set in a 90-minute block, but we're going to have different things going on. We're going to have 90 minutes of broken up readings. There'll be photos, psychic, tarot, intuitive, and all the sort of things that I do, and I'll be showcasing how I do what I do and sharing actual examples of reading for random people in the audience. So it's going to be really fun. I'm really excited, and I'm putting myself out there for the next series, or the next development of my skills, my gifts, and my business. So please do come if that's something that would interest you. Today we're not going to go into a caller because I just there's a lot of energy going on here, and Jack's been asleep on me, as I said, for 2.5 hours, so we're really not in that Zen mode. But so he rested and got ready for the show, so he's all nice and energetic for the show. Now, with the event as well, I'm planning on doing, like a bit of a talk about me and how I developed, but I'm more interested in also doing, there might be a bit about substance abuse, maybe not a lot, but just about me and how I evolved as a person with my gifts. But I want the focus of the talk time to be a Q&A session that's led by the audience. So basically you can ask me anything and I'll answer. I appreciate honesty. So if I can't answer something, I will say that. But if I do, it'll be honest. And the questions are basically a get to know me thing, and the things you would like to know about me. I'd like to spend some time off the stage and mingling with the crowd. So if we take a little bit of a break, and I get to come around and say hello to people and meet everyone there. I've hired a way too big hall with high hopes and lots of space, because I also don't like confined space. So that'll be great. We won't be stuck in this small area. We'll have lots of room to move, and we'll all be there as a community together. And there'll be different ways of offering genuinely random readings, because I say, as an empath, I'm drawn to everyone, and I can't read for the amount of people that the hall will be set up for. But oh, Jack. So as an empath, I'm drawn to everyone. So I'm not in a position to be able to pick people from a crowd. So I've got other random ways of doing that, which will be exciting to see on the day. And I've also done something that I haven't seen anyone else do. And when I say about value, the value in your ticket, I've found an exciting way to collaborate with other spiritualists in the area that will really bring you more value to your ticket. And not only that, for everyone that buys the ticket to attend my event, they'll be able to book a future service with Soulfully Guided with myself and get a $20 discount off anything across the website. So that's also a bonus to get in, because I like to give value as well. It's a really tough time for everyone, and we're looking for a community and creative ways to be able to, we make money as a business to be able to survive, but also give you good value, respecting that your time is valuable and so is your money. And it's a real honor. It's as much of an honor for you to be there as it would be for me to read for you. So this is a really special event, something I've never done before that I'd like to do more often. And yeah, be the direction of where Soulfully Guided will hopefully be heading. I'm really looking forward to it. There's also going to be prizes and giveaways and competitions, and the winners will be announced at the event, so there'll be no waiting afterwards. I've gotten really creative and collaborated with some people about this, so we're updating the website with the agenda. Tickets are only available on my website, so that is, our event is live reading event and talk and Q&A session with myself over 3 hours between 1 to 4 p.m. Melbourne time at the Newcomb Hall in the Geelong area, and that will be on the 1st of June 2024. So I'd love to see you there. Tickets are $50. You okay, darling? Tickets are $50. And there's so much more value than just the value of the than the price of the ticket. So yeah, that I'm really excited. So I've made events. I'm trying to get it out there. I have Facebook helping me with my advertising, a real human being from Facebook who's reached out to me, and that'll be our day. That's what we've got going on. So how are we going? Maybe we should spend some time with Jack. So Jack's messing around here. How cute is our son, our new member of our family? What have you got in your mouth? Did you? Oh. Okay, let's get that. That toy is not childproof. Okay. He's just taken out his puppy toy. So how are we going with time? Oh, good. Got a bit more time. We got a pardon? 4 minutes. Okay. So I usually have a lot to say or too much to say in too little time. So this is good. Now, this is Jack, our newest family member. You would have met him a couple of weeks ago, and he co-hosted the show with me, and he was such an entertainment, but on such a heartfelt show. So I thought I'd better not do another reading. Human baby was out of the question. So we, I wouldn't say we settled for Jack, but we got very lucky to have Jack. Hey, darling. he's been sleeping on me, as I said earlier on, 2.5 hours straight. So I haven't been able to get anything done. But, oh. So he's very cheeky, but very cute. So he gets away with a little bit too much. But we're also learning how to, I'm learning how to be a puppy parent. So I haven't felt that I've been responsible enough in my life to be, a parent or a parent of a puppy. And it's a really good time in my life. Like I'm thinking of, I can finally donate blood because I'm not a substance user or breastfeeding, and I'm also healthy, and I can have a puppy, and raising healthy children. So life is good. There's not much more one could ask for. So Jackie's our new addition, our substitute for a human child, and of course sleeps with mum and dad. Where else would he sleep? And it's been a really nice addition to the family. So you'll see him come on the show a few times, and he's growing up really quick, but he's got this really cute swing in his step, and it's special to see. It's special for the family to have him. So it's extra special to know how far we come as humans and become responsible parents, and been a good space to be from where I've come from. So on that little tangent and off chat, but so I hope you look forward to seeing more of Jack. But next week I will be giving a guide. So not everyone has had tarot readings, or not everyone knows what to expect. So I'm just going to give a guide on next week's show on what it looks like to book a tarot reading with me, or any of my services, and basically the bookings, how to book, and what to expect, and how I go about the back end or the back scenes of a tarot reading, as well as what you can expect. So I'll say nicer next week. It'll be a nice show to know what to expect and how a tarot reading works with Soulfully Guided. So there's, you might find some tips, like we record your readings and we take photos of your cards. So you'll learn about how we do things, and that will be next week. And don't forget about booking tickets for our event on June the 1st, 2024 at the Newcomb Hall between 1 and 3. Tickets are $50 for a psychic reading event and tarot reading event. That's me for this week. Thanks for listening. See you next week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live from BerniceBissonPsychic.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday with Sweet Bee. I couldn't wait a whole week. Wow. And we're back and it's Halloween. And one of my favorite days of the year and one of my busier times of year, the season of Scorpio. So we're going to start with some of the astrology at the top, and then we're going to go into some readings. Now, let's start at the top. I got to put my old lady glasses on. Hang on a second here. There we go. Now I can see. So we have the fallout from these couple of eclipses that we had. We had a new moon solar eclipse in Libra, and we now had on October 28th, we had a very powerful lunar full moon lunar eclipse in Taurus, and it was the final of a series of eclipses that have been over the last 2 years on the lunar axis of Taurus and Scorpio. And so the north node of karma, the north node of destiny and the south node of karma are in Libra and Aries. We're going to feel those moons come springtime in Aries and Taurus time. Now, what does this all mean? Well, the fallout will go until about November 13th, and that is the fallout of truth of things we didn't see coming. Things that had been brewing for a while that we hoped weren't coming, we kind of put off. We wished it didn't just pop up. And boom, there they are. Because that Scorpio Taurus lunar axis won't let you get away with nothing, not a thing. And so if there was a relationship that had a bunch of issues in it that needed to come to an end, guess what? It's ending. If you needed to get a handle on your debt or finances and it's come to a head where you've got to now take control, now's your time. If you've had a recent health diagnosis that was a wake-up call, boom, it's time to take charge. That's that Taurus Scorpio energy. And November 13th is a new moon in Scorpio, which is a new beginning, it's that phoenix rising up idea, and the phoenix rising up from the ashes, from the fallout, from the endings, and are going to be new beginnings, particularly again for those fixed signs of Aquarians and Leos and Scorpios and Tauruses. And then we have on November 10th, Mercury goes into the sign of Sagittarius. Now, this is really important because it's going to go retrograde in that sign in December. So Mercury is going to spend an extra long time in Sagittarius. And at the end of November, we have a really important full moon in Gemini. And so we have the Sun, Mercury in Sagittarius. We're going to have Ceres, which is an asteroid in Sagittarius. And then we've got this full moon in Gemini and this polarity that's going on. And I feel like there's going to be ceasefires, peace talks, communications around those events that we've seen in recent history, this last 18 months. This recent history, we're going to see some big stuff around that because we had the final series of this in June of 21, which was a whole bunch of Gemini energy. And now with Mercury and Sag and all this energy in Gemini, we're going to see some sort of shedding light on some peace accords, some peace talks, talking, people intervening, coming in and having some conversations in any sort of war-torn places. And we all know where those are because they're on the news. And so we send them lots of love. Lots of healing, but the Sun, Mars, and Ceres are going to force some peace talks, force people into talking peace, diplomacy, working stuff out, trying to come to terms with things, trying to come to ideas of things. November 4th, we've got Saturn going direct in Pisces, 0 degrees of Pisces. Oh boy, progress. Anything you've put work into, you're going to see progress in. And it's one of those things. If about 7 months ago you started working out, you'll see the progress. If you really managed your diet, if you made a whole bunch of commitments and were following through with some discipline, you're going to really see things start to pay off for you. You're going to see things start to come together for you there. Starting November 4th, and grind forward. It's going to be a grindy kind of energy, and it's around pause. So as soon as it stations November 4th, I think we're going to get a pause of truth. Things that we're going to, there's been certain events since 2019 that have paused me. And where I went, oh my gosh, that's some incredible stuff that just happened. Part of it was COVID, part of it, there was a few things, all the children locked in cages and stuff like that. It was all that stuff that just blew my mind. I was like, I have never in my life thought we would be here. And so November 4th energy to the 13th is that energy. There might be things coming up in the news that could surprise us a little, that might add for some where things have been held back or information held back now comes forward, and it's just going to progress forward, slow and steady pace, unrelenting, consistent, and not slowing down for nobody. So it's going to be lots of that kind of stuff coming forward in truth. So if there's court cases, if there's things that have long drawn out processes where we're going to get to the truth with things through those processes, and they're going to pick up that pace and be grinding and unrelenting starting November 4th and right in and intensifying, particularly around February, March, and then kind of pulling back into the summer. And so we're going to see some pretty intense stuff going with any sort of systems or cycles of things that have been under an illusion, foggy, not clear. So if you're in a big corporation and there's a restructure that has been talked about but hasn't quite happened yet, boom, we're going to start to see that restructure. We're going to start to see possibly even some movement on the labor front, particularly with the unions, car unions, unions here in Manitoba, negotiating union contracts, proceeding forth with those negotiations of talks, getting to everybody to the table, going through all the misinformation with like methodical and consistent communications, meetings, and those types of things. So we're going to see some movement on the labor front, on the peace front, negotiations, diplomacy, having conflict resolutions, getting negotiations, getting things resolved. So there's some big energy there over the next 3 weeks. But November is a change agent in some of these. It's sort of the fallout from all of this activity in October 14th, October 28th moons. We're now going to see the fallout by the 13th and over the next 6 months. But November is going to be pretty key in some shifts in perception, shifts in communication, particularly as we see Mercury head into Sagittarius. Sagittarians want to make peace. They're not there to make war. They're there to be to bring peace to things, bring ideas, bring philosophies, bring that kind of stuff to the table. And then Venus heads into Libra. Thank gosh, because Venus is in its glory in Libra, and it's a nice energy, and it's maybe a bit romantic, a bit fantasy, a bit illusionary, a bit. So those romantic movie box office hits, rom-coms, fantasy movies, things that are where we can get some escape, and particularly with we've got 2 planets in Neptune right now, both retrograde. Saturn's going direct, as I said, November. And then in December, Neptune, the other planet, finally goes direct. And so we're going to live in this weird illusion for a little bit, for the next 2 months or so, of fantasy, romance, illusion, falling in love with, I often think of sometimes people really want an escape when things feel really tough, like a royal wedding, or they want some sort of celebrity, kind of stuff where it's a nice escape. So we might see some of that coming out in the movie theater, some escape stuff, which is okay. Hey, nothing like a good escape every once in a while. Now, I've got a caller. I've got Nicole in Winnipeg. Nicole.
Hello. How are you?
What can I help you with today, Nicole?
Well, I've recently, lost my grandfather in December, and my grandmother went before him in 2016, and I'm just really missing them.
Oh, I'm sorry, kid. Let's think about them. Let's think about that grandma and the grandpa. What's the day and month of your birthday, Nicole?
April 28th.
Oh, you're a Taurus. Well, you know,
Mhm.
this April 28th, and you're at the very beginning of Taurus. You're one of those creative, kind, soft, squishy Tauruses there. Anyway, let's get into a little bit. I'm not surprised you're feeling the nostalgia of your grandparents. I'm not surprised, only because you had a pretty powerful full moon that would have unsettled you a little bit. And you'll find that when things kind of shake up in your world, you calling on them, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, with them, with your lovely grandparents, there is, I feel like what could be a cousin of yours in some way, like a younger man, along with grandma and grandpa. There's a younger man that shows up as well, and they all seem to be together. There's something important about the number 1 keeps showing up, and the number 5 keeps showing up in repeat ways. There's something important about you've got a decision to make on a dog. And it's interesting because I feel like there's supposed to be a couple of dogs, and there'll be a decision on a dog, and it might be their care. I'm sorry, I cut you off, Nicole. Did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I just kind of laughed. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. And so there's a decision on a dog that seems to be popping up around you, even maybe February, March time frame. There is a strong R name that keeps showing up. A man's R name. There is, may I ask you a question, Nicole? Do you mind if I ask you something?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Well, there's also a B name and a C. And I didn't want to jump around. But your grandpa is bringing up that there's some conflict in your family right now. And there's something around a bit of heartbreak and some, I don't know, a man and a woman who are being really challenging. And I don't know that it's just to you, but it seems to be within family, and that there might have been an unexpected like kerfuffle or explosion, or like people were acting up. And he wants to bring me to a house, and that there is something about decisions about this house or the conversation that happened around this house that might have been kind of a spur of it. And it's funny because I wished you would have been in this house, or that maybe this house would have been best served to you. I don't know, something important about it. And
oh my goodness, yeah.
Yeah, it would have been best served to you, this house. And it's okay. He's around you a lot. Your grandmother's very gentle energy. Like, she's not pushing her way in. She's very gentle. And in fact, she reminds me of a blanket, and like a soft blanket or a soft, fuzzy thing of hers. And there's something important about your grandpa, and there's a hat. And I feel like I have a hat on a wall. And he's hoping the conflict resolves, and that, because I feel like it's in the bigger family and it stems from the house forward. And that the very final piece I'll leave you with, because I'm going to run out of time, is that there's someone's had real issues, and he's pointing to you, Nicole. There's something about your health in your lower body, around your belly button area, that you need to take care of, or that's pretty chronic. And there's something about some tests or looking at. And I feel like you're going to be okay, but there's something you need to take care of there, okay?
Okay. Well, thank you.
Well, that's everything I can cram in a few minutes. And thank you so much for sharing your grandparents with me. And
Thank you.
And sending you lots of love and a great big old hug. Well, thank you, Nicole.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now we have another caller. And Crystal, I've got a beautiful lady named Crystal. Hey, Crystal.
Hi.
Hello, my lovely lady. Now, what can I
Hello.
help you with today?
I don't know. I'm just curious to know if you sense anybody around me. Back in August, a year ago, I lost something meant something a lot to me. Best friend of 3 years, and I started seeing him the last year of his life, and I was just curious to know if I blame myself for a lot. You know, it was his death. I had him taken a hernia surgery, and the same week he died. So I don't know if that has something to do with it or what. You know, I never got to say goodbye or anything. So.
Oh, I'm sorry, kid. I feel like sometimes never getting to say goodbye. Sometimes it's meant to be that way. Like sometimes it's meant to be in that moment where you're not given the opportunity because maybe we're not ready. Maybe we're not. So it's not. I always think Spirit has you in perfect timing, and that you didn't miss anything because Spirit's always with us, and that there's a strong. I'm gonna just. There's a strong D, as in like David or D name. There's a strong T and a strong W. These initials keep showing up. I know that's not your name. I get that. But when I think of this man that passed, there's also a lady who passed, oh geez, I'm going to even say maybe 2014 or several years ago, still in the 2000s.
My grandmother, maybe.
They're together.
My grandmother.
Like, they show up together. But she passed her like several years ago. And she's very noisy. Like she would call your name every once in a while. And that this man who passed, even though you missed that moment of transition, I feel like he shows up in two ways. There's something about something he had written and his handwriting and his voice, and that you might have a recording of his voice, or you might be able to go back and hear his voice. And so there's also something about, and I'm going to go to the present for a moment. There's something about some instability around maybe where you're living, and that there'll be changes around where you live, and you'll be so happy about them. Like you're finally able to settle in, or things finally settle down for you, because I think there's been a lot of aside. I feel like these passings almost made you feel just on your own. Like, oh my God, I'm on your own.
Like I said, I blame myself for a lot, you know, because he still had a slight heartbeat when I found him, and I couldn't keep him alive. And, you know, like I said, I had him have surgery and stuff, and, you know, and the household thing, you know, I am living with my mom right now since he passed. I kind of like went downhill, you know, into depression. And so I'm assuming that's what you're talking about is my mom's house. There's a lot of chaos here right now. My stepdad died prior to Johnny dying too, and so he died here in this as well. And my mom's going through some stuff, and I'm going through some. So it's not really been easy for us, you know.
So a couple things come to mind, and I just want to say to you, in these moments where Spirit, you feel like you're in this season of separation where you're just like everything is just still and you don't know. It's to hold you back a bit so you can see everything. I feel like you have some bigger moves, and you might wind up detoxing a few people out of your life and stepping back from them. Okay. And that's okay. You've got something to address in your health, and that there's some sort of needles, like you would get an injection, and that's going to help you with something chronic, and maybe you only have to go periodically for this injection. and it's going to help you quite a bit. That things are not falling apart. They're just waiting for your decision. And I feel like you might have been held back or feeling like you're obligated to stay back, and you don't. You can move forward and you can move away. And I feel like for you to focus right now just on yourself and your job and your money and your security and where you're at, because I feel like aside from this man with the J name, if I may say, can I ask you something kind of odd that keeps bugging me as I'm talking to you? Is there two fathers? Is there two father figures
in my life?
Yeah.
Well, my dad, and then my stepfather. He passed away, like I said. He's around April of last year.
The man who passed away. That's where I'm at. I'm on dead people today.
Yep.
And so you have two father figures, the one who passed away. You know, I want to say part of the anxiety you've been having is they've been hanging around you quite a bit this last little bit, really keeping you awake, really prompting you to make some decisions, because I feel like you got some tough decisions in front of you, and that you've been either kind of avoiding or not wanting to, get into it, right? Like, because once you make the decisions, I feel like you're going to get into it. But I'm going to say by April 28th, you'll be able to make your decisions to move forward. You've got this father figure, you've got that man, John, and you've got your grandmother, and you've got a little one that has already passed, and they all seem to be together with you. And so you're not alone. And that I almost feel like there's something about if you could sit down and write some spoken word, like you might be quite poetic. You might be.
I am actually. I write a lot of poems, but my feelings on paper.
And I feel like if you write an ode to your loved ones, and you write that poetry out, and you go do some local cafes and spoken word song, lyrics. Oh my God, girl, you got some gifts. You got some gifts. And I think your writing could be quite good, but they hear it. They hear the words that you've given them. Okay. And that there's something important about a cross necklace or a cross.
I just broke it yesterday. It broke. I had it on, and then I moved wrong or something. It got caught in something and it broke.
Okay. Don't replace it. That's to break a cycle. Okay. Don't replace it. That's to break a cycle. Instead of the cross necklace, I feel like you're going to find something about a shell design, a spiral design, a shell design that's going to come, and you won't have to look for it. It will find you. Okay.
Okay.
But that cross breaking, that's okay. Go put that in your jewelry box and let it sit, because I feel like that broke a cycle, and that you're just preparing this spring to really launch or move on.
Okay.
And you've got something around freedom with your work. Like, you might be able to go to different places with your work or bring your work to another place. And I don't think you're staying.
I'm currently getting a job, so.
Perfect. Because I feel like by February, I know it sounds far away. I know you're like, what? But I feel like it's going to show up for you early in the new year, some sort of employment. And your work and your education might be very tied together. Like It would lead to a certification, like you would get this job and then you can earn a certificate or certification with. You might be good at a few things and hard to pick that direction, you know, like,
Right, yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
a few things.
I'm struggling trying to find a job that I like, you know, that keeps me occupied, you know, keeps me wanting to go to it, you know, and
Yeah, that keeps you from getting bored. You do need something, I
yeah,
feel like, where you can use your creative efforts. I think you're kind to
yeah.
animals. I feel like you're very deep in
I
your
am.
works. Yeah, the animals are, maybe that would be a good avenue for you, is to
Animals are my therapy.
yeah, work with them in some way. Yeah, I agree. I think that would be great. Well, thank you, my girl, and I'm going to send you so much love, and I'm sorry you had so much loss, and I feel like
Thank
you
you.
keep writing, and I definitely would love to see that posted somewhere someday. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
dear. I
my girl.
appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. And so you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. You can find me at Bernice Bisson Psychic on Facebook, or if you just go to my website, I have my podcasts. They're free. I got about 30 episodes. You can find my social media account where I post ghost pictures if you like ghost hunting pictures, or you can just message me and set up an appointment. We can meet either video or in person. And I look forward to next week. And you have a wonderful week. And thank you for tuning in to Psychic Tuesday. We'll see you again in 7 days.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee Johnson. Live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. It is Wednesdays, Reset Wednesday. I'm here in Tennessee in the United States, and I just want to say thank you for joining me. It's been an interesting week here. It's been an interesting week everywhere from what I'm hearing and seeing. A lot of people are calling me, and they're kind of freaking out, to be honest with you, panicking, wondering, what's coming next? Why are these things happening? Why are people so out of balance? And it's not only concerning, it's very disconcerting. We're all feeling these senses of pressure and the sense of some people are feeling a sense of gloom and doom and like something awful is happening all the time. And I can't say as I feel that much. I'm pretty tuned in usually, and besides the stuff that's going on with my health, I'm usually pretty much in balance. And it's been really interesting to me as I've been praying, meditating, talking to my guides. I keep getting this sense of, just it's okay, everything's okay. And for the last 3 years at least, I've been told every time I ask a question, Renee, just do the next right thing. And as I've said many times, and people get annoyed with me when I tell them this, but that could be washing the dishes. That could be, taking a bath. That could be, paying all your bills. That could be whatever. It could be something so mundane and simple, or it could be something huge as starting a radio show or, going out and serving humanity in some way, whatever it is, but it's the next right thing for you. So, it's so important for all of us to be able to understand what that means for ourselves, because for everybody it's different. We have people that are in every career path. Some people stay home. Some people take care of family members. It's just, no one job is more important than another. And my guides are always showing me this, whether you're a heart surgeon or you're the person cleaning the heart surgeon's house, we are equal. As humans, we are equal. We are spirit beings here having this amazing human experience, most of the time amazing human experience, and we are all on the same level playing field. Some people may not believe that when they're in their ego. Some people may not believe that when their ego is trying to beat them up and push them down. But guys, we all came from the same place. We're all returning to the same place, and we are all equal. Don't ever confuse that, ever. Don't ever let anyone make you feel less than. And please don't ever feel like you're superior to other people, because you're not, nor am I. It's interesting for me because as I ask these questions and I wait, sometimes I wait a while before I get my answers. And today, or actually this morning, and then just a little while ago, I keep getting these images, these pictures in my mind is the way I get a lot of information. I get symbols, and oftentimes I'm shown the globe, the actual Earth, the globe itself. I've shown other planets at times and star systems and different things, but in this case, I'm being shown the Earth. And when I say, I mean the entire Earth, and it's spinning, so you can see I can see all the different continents, and I'm not real good in that, but in the spirit realm, when I'm there, I understand what I'm seeing because they put this information in my head. So I'm seeing Asia, I'm seeing Europe, I'm seeing all these incredible places around the world. There's a lot of strife, there's a lot of chaos, and what I was seeing this morning, it almost looked like dragons above the earth, and they looked like they were flying and swooping and moving. And as they were moving, they were shifting. And to me, at first, I was like, wow, these are actual dragons. And then as they came more into focus, I realized they're really not dragons. They're some sort of angelic type beings that are watching very closely, watching what's going on the earth. And they're doing their best to just try to stay out of what's happening, but at the same time, as we're calling and we're asking for assistance, they're stepping up and showing up with many people, and they're bringing a message. And the message is, and I'm going to read this to you as best I can, the way I wrote it down. The message is, this morning I heard child, which is normally how I'm addressed, and it's focus on the inner world, not the outer world. The inner world is where we have power. We have no control over this outer world. So when I'm shown that, I understand that means to go within. That means to go to the spirit realm. That means to go into that place of silence, into that place of calm, usually very calm within. And if not calm, we practice the anchors, we practice meditation, we practice all these amazing techniques to help us get centered and balanced. And right now, it's never been more important to be centered and balanced. They said to focus on the inner world, not the outer world. I saw at one point, it was a very bright blue light and it came in like on a beam. And I know that's Archangel Michael's energy. And as he comes through, it looks like he's clearing cords and attachments and making a beautiful pathway for all of us to be able to connect and to get out of this fear that some of us are getting stuck in. So along with him, I saw three, it looked like three angelic beings. That's the best way I can describe them. At first, like I said, from a distance, it almost looked like dragons coming in. And then as they got clearer to me, it looked like more like a humanoid form, but with wings. So this is what I was told. We must request help. Never believe we're alone. It's all temporary. This is all a temporary as a dream. You will awaken one day into true reality. You are correct. You are an eternal being serving once again in a human form. Do not believe or accept the drama on this world stage. It is as it is for dominance and control. Dark forces are fiercely working, manipulating because the shift that is coming before the shift of consciousness arrives. They are losing their grip. As humanity awakens, the light will expand and the darkness will be illuminated to be seen as what is the truth. Do not hesitate in prayer and holding the light, holding the space for healing. Continue, dear ones, move your body, sing, dance, laugh to allow the energies to expand into your entire being. New gifts are coming. Make a way for those. Never stop calling on us. And as always, it's Amma Salah. That is how a lot of these visions, messages that I get end in Amma Salah. I was told just not too long ago, yes, as your vibration rises, people will shift out of your consciousness. Do not feel hurt or betrayed. Release them with love. Allow them to go. You are loved. You are worthy. You are perfect as you are. Just love you as you are. I thought this was the perfect message for today because, again, with all the stuff happening around the world, these drama, and I thought that was interesting. The drama on this world's stage. So there's other worlds, yes, and this world's stage. And when I was in my 20s, my son was a year old. He almost died. And we were at the hospital, and the doctors told my husband and I to make preparations, talk to our minister, whatever we believe, because we were going to lose our little boy. Well, we went to lunch. And as we sat at this restaurant in St. Petersburg, Florida, holding hands across the table, my husband told me that, if our son died, that he would probably have to go away for a while and regroup and just, take some time to heal and then come back. And as we sat there, I had a vision of us sitting on a stage, a big stage. It had curtains, the curtains open, and we were sitting on this stage and we were holding hands. And I knew there was an audience all around us. And I knew that we had played this part, this role before. We had rehearsed this, we had practiced this, and obviously we're really good at it because at the end of it, I didn't see who they were, but there was clapping and applauding, and it was like we had accomplished this great goal. And as that happened, once again, I understood that this isn't the first time that we've been here. We are spirit beings having this incredible human experience. However, we've played a lot of these parts out before. We knew what we were coming into. We agreed to this, believe it or not. And it is imperative that we remember that in the times that we need to. A lot of people tell me as we come in, our memories are erased. I've heard all different things. I do know that in visions that I've had where I have communicated with very high beings of love and light, and at one time I had a clear vision with Jesus, the love, the homesickness that I felt, the energy around that. When I came out of that vision, I was depressed for 3 days, almost suicidal. I wanted to go home. And I realized at that time that that is a love like no other. It transcends no other. And that is my home. That's where I come from. Not this earth, not this place, not Florida, not Tennessee, not this place, but from this beautiful spiritual home. And those were my people, beings, tribe, whatever you want to call them. And that my light is part of that light. So, as they said in this message today, do not believe and accept the drama on this world stage. That reminded me, oftentimes my guides give me information that connects me to old information just to let me know we're the same ones. This is confirmation that this is really us talking to you, Renee, and this is truth. This is where it's coming from. Because, everything we hear, everything we see is not always from a positive source. And this is definitely the most beautiful positive source. As I get this message and I share it with you, I become emotional because, guys, we belong to something so beautiful and amazing. And I know we signed up for this. And I know sometimes it's so hard. Please never give up. Please never think you're alone. Always call on your guides. Always call on your angels. God, sit in meditation, sit in prayer, spend time in silence. If you can, get in a tub of water. If you can't go to a body of water somewhere, get in a salty bathtub, throw some essential oils in there, light a candle, just love yourself, and remember, you're not some little human here. You're amazing, a magical, incredible, spiritual being that is so phenomenal and so important to this place right now that without you and your part, this could never be. So for these blessed people who take themselves out or, God forbid, die too soon and we think they're gone, because it's too soon. I think the truth is they just couldn't continue for some of them. The others, they're needed on the other side to help this group of people that are coming fast, we are transitioning. We're losing a lot of people due to illness and sickness and medical treatments and war and crime and all of it, but it seems to be escalating. And it really is. But here's the facts. Those people are back home. They're safe. They're content. They're not over there gnashing their teeth and worrying and wringing their hands because it's like they just walked through a door, and they're just waiting for us to walk through the door. And it might be 50 years before we go from here. But over there, it'll be like just a snap and we'll be there. And they all know that, And if you channel or if you're in that realm and you do that work, this is true, And for you that don't, feel it in your heart. I always tell you, put your hands on your heart, ask yourself the question, does this feel true? If it does, accept it. If it doesn't, throw it away. I'll never try to convince you of anything. But do remember, you are an eternal being and you have such a huge part here. And if you ever feel like you're in doubt of that, just close your eyes and tune in. And as they said, it is so important when we're thinking about the outside world and it's starting to get to us and stress us out. Let's go to that inner world because when you're in fear, you can be controlled, you get hurt, have accidents, bad things happen. when you're in love and awareness and you come from your heart center and that third eye and that connection to source, you cannot be led. You cannot be fooled. You will not get hurt. You can walk through anything and you're fine, and if you've had this experience like I have and you're connected to the other side, you know that this is temporary. This is just temporary, and and one day we will be back there and we will be in true reality. This is kind of like a stage. This is like a theatrical play, and if we can just remember that, to know that we don't have to get so caught up in it. We can pray and we can be centered and we can love people, and hey, we can serve. We need to serve, and hold that light, hold that space. And, let's pray for everybody instead of praying just for, a certain group of people. Let's just pray for everyone. And let's pray that this light shines so bright that it shows what's happening, the truth, the darkness in the souls and the evil in the world. And it illuminates them to the point that we just blast them right off this planet, blast them right off this planet. That's my prayer, that God's will be done, that this will be taken care of, the innocent will be protected, and the ones that are being taken away now, that they'll be safe and back home in the arms of their creator, and everything will be blessed as it should be. So being Reset Wednesday, ask yourself, how has your day been? Has your um, week been pretty good so far? Are there things you would like to shift and change? Do you feel a need to remove something from your life? Is there some things going on that you're not comfortable with? How's your health? Are you eating electric? Are you eating healthy live foods? Or are you eating more processed, dead stuff? Because if you are, it's going to take that energy away from you. It's so important. My lemon buddies out there still doing it, right? For us to drink our lemon water every morning, put that lemon juice in that glass with that beautiful clean water and drink that water and consume that energy and get rid of the waste instead of the weight. The weight goes with the waste, 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 toxins. And if you got a belly and you're worried about your gut, maybe you're not that big and you just have a gut. It's toxins, it's waste, it's poop, it's stuff that you don't need in there. Drink your lemon water, eat your vegetables, eat your fruit, eat electric. Get it as fresh as you can. If you can't get it fresh, get it frozen, whatever you got to do. I know in certain places in the world, they're not as privileged and they can't just, run to a store and grab whatever. So do the best you can, absolutely. And I'm not going to tell you not to eat, meat ever, because I don't believe that. I think at times we need it, and I believe at times some people need it more than others. But you need plenty of clean water. You need loads of fresh electric foods. And when you eat that way, you'll feel electric. The more healthy and electric you eat, the more joy you'll have in your life and your being, the more centered and balanced you'll be. It's just incredible how you can do little things to change the way you feel and the way your health is. Are you sleeping? Do you sit up all night long playing games or watching TV or reading or whatever? Just try to change your schedule so that you can get more healthy quality sleep at the proper time. Some of us have weird work hours. Do the best you can, to take care of yourself. Sleep the hours that you need. You got to take a nap, take a nap. Whatever you need to honor your beautiful spirit self, do that. Nurture yourself. Get out in nature. Go for a walk, hug a tree, sit under a tree, pick up flower and sit there and really look at it and be with it. Be mindful in that moment. Have you ever sat in the grass and just felt the ground underneath your fingers? And just allow yourself to feel that energy of the planet itself. It's a great thing to do. Put your hands flat down on the earth and pray and send the energy back to Mother Earth and ask her to heal you as well. And just whatever it takes to show yourself kindness and love. It's always been so much easier for me to give to other people than myself. And the older I get, the more I realize that I really should have took better care of Renee. No one's going to care for you like you will. People will love you and they'll be there for you sometimes, but when it comes right down to it, only you know what you need. Not your doctor, not your minister, not your husband, your wife, your mother, your children, you. You know what you need. So what do you need? Reset Wednesday. What do you need? Ask yourself that. Again, as the guide said, dance, sing, move your body, because as you're feeling all this energy coming in, especially all the intuitive people and the empaths, they get this. The other ones, if you're having headaches and odd body pains that come and go, and a lot of emotional upheaval, I've had a lot of that, like just old stuff comes up and you're just like, and you're just so, you just got to get it out, of yourself. Then do that, maybe write it on paper and take it to the sink and throw it in the sink and burn it. Get rid of it, whatever it is, to reset yourself. And this ain't just about Wednesday anymore, guys. This is forever, long term. So every day, wake up, tell yourself you're beautiful, you're amazing, you love yourself. Get a plan, get out of bed and get going, whatever that is for you. Spend time with little kids if you love kids, and you have kids around you. And I hope you love kids, because that's where it's at. Love the children and show them, teach them, play with animals. Go, if you don't have a dog or a cat, go volunteer at a smaller rescue center. Help some of those folks out. A lot of people are taking care of the animals in our world and they don't have enough help. And I've been there too. So, if you can't have a rescue center and you can't do that, well, go help one. Go walk a dog, or go rub some dog's belly and, make its day, or, whatever. Maybe go clean some kennels, buy some dog food, go feed them, just whatever you can do. Sit in a nursing facility and read a book to someone who can't read, or maybe just go visit, get permission and go visit. Just whatever it takes to bring joy to yourself and others. Yourself first, because if you're empty, you can't give. Don't give from an empty vessel. That would just drain you. So fill yourself up, get empowered, get happy, and just go. Just get out there, guys, and shine your light. Y'all hear me sing that song, "This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine." Let it shine. Don't hide it. And don't care what people think while you're out there letting your light shine. If they think you're crazy, oh well, that's on them. Just, you do you. And as you do, just remember that you're never alone, and you can always call on angelic assistance. They're there. They're always there. If you are looking for answers from, about someone who has passed, or if you're having challenges in your relationship or whatever, ask the questions, write them down on paper, close your eyes, hold that pen in your hand, and just wait. Just wait and just know. And I guarantee you it'll start happening. Maybe slow at first, but the words will come, the feeling will come. Put your hand on your heart. If it feels good and loving, then go with it. And always give thanks. Always give thanks. It's so imperative that we give gratitude, and just notice what you write. And if you do this regularly as a regular practice at the same time every day, your angelic guides will come to you stronger. They'll come in and they'll help you understand. They'll give you clear information, just like they did me once again today. I didn't always get information through writings. I used to just get it like in a clip, almost like a movie clip in my head, which I still do. But anymore, in the last, I don't know, 6, 7 years, it's been, oftentimes it comes through actual writing. And when I ask a question, I see it. And then if I sit down and I start, with my pen in hand or pencil, I might have said this before, in the last few years, I've started drawing and using pastels or paints or chalks or pens or whatever. I was never into art. Actually, my teacher told me I was a terrible, worst artist she had ever seen, and I had zero talent. Well, I lost a dear person 10 years ago. And after that, I developed this gift for drawing. And I'm not perfect, but hey, it's something. And what's been happening to me lately is I draw world events before they happen. And sometimes I don't usually I don't understand it. The horrible event in Hawaii, I was shown that days before. First, I was shown it as the beautiful place that it was, and then I was shown the fire and the destruction. So I'm sharing this because gifts come in all forms. And as I was just shown, that more gifts are coming. And I believe we're going to reach a very clear point where we won't need to use our mouths to communicate. We will telepathically speak to one another much more than we do now. And I don't know what the other gifts are. It's going to be exciting to find those. People believe many different things about what's coming in our future, but I know it's shifting. I know consciousness is shifting. Everything's rising up, and you can just feel it if you go out in the world. It's incredible. Here in Tennessee, the weather's so different. The plants are so different. The plants feel it. The animals feel it. Everything feels it. And if you're tuned in, you feel it too. And if you're not tuned in, you're feeling it. And you're probably feeling it like anxiety or fear or pain and concern. It's just shifting, guys. It's just shifting. We're just expanding. And as the guide said, we need to move our body so that we don't, we're just these little humans right now, but we're these giant energy beings. And I feel intuitively like our little bodies just can't hold all that energy. So we have to be able to move and be able to assimilate, that's what I'm looking for, assimilate this energy as it comes in and as these gifts come in. Because, it's like this glass is this size, and if you tried to pour a gallon of water in it, it's just going to overflow and make a terrible mess. Well, I better get a bigger glass, right? So that's what we're doing with our energy. So doing your breath work, breathing in through your nose and out through your mouth 10 times, as I talk about, it will help you get centered and balanced and calm. And then just, ask the questions, get your pen, do what you got to do. And remember, you can find me at Full Circle Wellness U. That's YOU, Full Circle Wellness U. On YouTube. You can find me at fullcirclewellnessu.net is my web address. Well, also Full Circle Wellness on Facebook, Renee Johnson on Facebook. It's Full Circle Wellness is probably the best place on Facebook. And, reach out to me and just anything I can do, set an appointment with me. I'd love to give you a reading and help you develop your intuition and your gifts. So guys, have a beautiful night. It's never enough time. It goes by so fast. Thank you all. Thank you so much for being here. Remember, you're beautiful. Keep looking up. Don't let anybody take you down ever. And don't forget just to ask for guidance. Call me again, Full Circle Wellness. My number, 931-239-2592. I'd love to talk to you, help you get on this path or get you further along. And get ready, guys, because we are going to be developing some strong gifts, amazing gifts. And, don't be afraid. It's going to be exactly as it should be. And remember, it's this world stage that all this drama is being played out. And it's not real. This is an illusion. This is not the reality that we need to be focused on. Go within, build the mansions within. It's on the other side, guys. It's on the other side. Love yourselves. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your families. And I'll see you next Wednesday. Good night. I love you all. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you once again live from the city of New York, where, contrary to media reports, people are not getting machine gunned in the streets. In fact, ever since the lockdowns a couple of years ago, this is a far friendlier town. I'm in Midtown, so my area is just in the theater district near Times Square. So we get a lot of people from all over the world visiting us here, and even the locals are friendly. New Yorkers have a reputation for being nasty. Forget about it. You know, I can't even leave the house without getting into 2 or 3 conversations, just like between here and the grocery store, which is around the corner. People just are starved to talk and meet each other, and are they sick of politics? Let me tell you, that's my own unofficial straw poll. Why is it called a straw poll anyway? I'll have to look that up sometime. Speaking of straws, I had my, the summer is 8 days old, and I had my first gin and tonic today, and my second and my third of the summer. And I'm able to do that and sound so clear and level-headed because at my advanced age, I use like about a tablespoon of gin in each gin and tonic. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. But I love the crispy, the refreshingness of gin and tonic with lime. Oh, man, that is just wonderful. To me, that's the second best thing you can do with lime. First best is key lime pie. Outstanding. I used to make such a wonderful key lime pie. I brought one to a restaurant a friend of mine owned years ago, and the people each got a slice, and then they put it in the refrigerator, and then unbeknownst to even the owner of the place, the staff sold it. They thought, oh, look, we have key lime pie on the menu. Now, I can't do that because I'm not, I couldn't even begin to tell you how many thousands of regulations there are if you want to go into the food business, which is one of the reasons I didn't. But if you want to get into that, wow, I mean, people talk about, well, we need smaller government. One of the areas, I'm not going to get into the political aspects of it, but you can take years to satisfy the requirements for the labeling of a package when you sell food. So I steer clear of that kind of stuff. I have lots of nice things for sale because I think it's nice to sell nice things, and I unfortunately I had to raise my prices lately because, in case you hadn't noticed, right, things are getting more and more expensive. But I did raise. This is just fair warning for the people who go to mojoacademy.org. mojoacademy.org. You don't have to go to mojoacademy.org. I'm mentioning that over and over again. But yeah, because, I do say, look, this is really not the time to spend money on extraneous things. But there are a couple of books at mojoacademy.org that I think they rise to the level of necessity, especially in the times that we're in now, where, unfortunately, we have a lot of people in this country right now scared to death over things they don't understand. They think they understand it. That's the essence of fear, I suppose. But everything is going to move along just fine. This is a time of change, and change scares people. And that's why I think one of the things that I recommend the most is a book called Unmasking Fear. It was written in 1919. I wrote 2 introductions to the updated version of it because I wasn't I wasn't old enough to write in 1919, but it's a book that is very important, and I love it when people buy it and talk about it, because it is about the way certain power structures in the world control people by keeping them afraid, you see. Now, I always say that everything you need to know about politics, you can see in the movie The Music Man, where the guy whips everybody up into a frenzy over a problem that doesn't exist just so that he can sell them a solution. Okay? We see this all the time. And people, I'm sorry to have to say this, but fear is addicting. Physically, fear is addicting because there's certain hormones that get released when the adrenaline goes running, and it changes the body, it changes the mind. And unfortunately, there are people who become addicted to fear, and they need a dose of fear, and they're always going to be afraid. And if you try to show them that what they're afraid of isn't really scary, they'll cut your throat. You're taking away something that's most important. There are, for some reason, people who only feel alive when they're scared. This is where we get these like vertical drop roller coasters. A good old-fashioned roller coaster isn't enough for our jaded society. But this book, Unmasking Fear, when it was written, there wasn't even radio. There was no mass media. People didn't understand. Now, you want to understand why mass media has the power to scare you? And you want to understand when they realized it? Go to YouTube, look online for the 1930s. Was it 39, I guess, was it, or 38? See how terrible I am with dates. I can tell you a story about the worst date I ever had, but that's a little later. Listen to the Orson Welles famous, everyone knows about it, but very few people have actually heard it. The Orson Welles War of the Worlds broadcast. Here's something that's fascinating to maybe 4 people listening. That script was actually edited down and written by the actor Paul Stewart, which very few people, some of you out there have got to be Paul Stewart fans, like I am. You'll know him when you see him. He's wonderful in Kiss Me Deadly. But this was the thing that achieved legendary status when Orson Welles pretended to have Martians invading New Jersey. And people believed it. Now, was there nationwide panic the way the newspapers reported it the next day? No. There are some interesting books about why newspapers misreported it. However, enough people did believe it. Enough people did believe that something could be launched, a spaceship could be launched on Mars and land in New Jersey 8 minutes later, which on its own is ludicrous, that the powers that be at the time learned that whatever people hear from a well-modulated voice over the radio and later television will be believed by a certain percentage of the people. And that's what we have now. And you say, how can this person or that person lie? Well, because it works, and that there's just no other way around it. But using fear, the one thing that I spent years in the news business and I spent years in politics. And one thing is the flip side of the other. I know that a lot of you understand that there's a direct politics to media pipeline, and I was on it. How can I phrase this? If you're busy being scared, you're not going to think about what's coming up. You're not going to be rational about things. When you're scared, the blood drains from your brain, literally. It goes to your arms and your legs, so that you can run or fight. It's a fight or flight syndrome. Literally, scaring you makes you dumber. We've all been startled and then found out that it was scared and it was something silly. I got the bejabbers scared out of me one night when I saw myself in a mirror. Now, I know I'm not the best looking guy in the world, but at that point, it was the middle of the night in somebody else's apartment. I was visiting a friend. I couldn't have been more than 10 years old, at least. I was in the area of about 10 years old when there had been a massive power failure, and I didn't know my way around, and I turned a corner in the apartment in the dark, and there was a person coming right at me, and it was me in a mirror, but I didn't know that because I was scared, you see. So I didn't even recognize myself. See? What is the expression people use? I want you to repeat this to yourself because this is behind all the attempts to scare you in media. Scared out of your wits. Okay? What are your wits? Your wits are your intelligent faculties. Scared out of your wits. That's the holy grail of broadcasting. And this book, Unmasking Fear, was written before broadcasting, which is up at the time it was written, broadcasting was a farming term. It had to do with scattering seeds. That was broadcasting your seed. Just throw it across the field. So they picked up that as a metaphor for running things on mass media, which prior to radio never existed. I mean, nobody was hunched over the Morse code machine. I think the correct word is telegraph, Elliot, and waiting for like fight results. So anyway, this is by way of my mentioning mojoacademy.org and why I like to sell ethical products. I don't sell anything that's unethical. I don't sell like a magical kit that will cure this or that problem. I do sell magical kits that can help you deal with these problems. I don't sell them very often because most of the time I dissuade people from buying them. Brilliant sales technique, right? To talk people out of the sale. But if a person doesn't need it, I don't want to sell it to them. I explain that in my book. Reverend Elliot Explains It All. Gee, isn't that funny how everything I bring up now is related to a product I'm pushing? And at the same time, though, you see, I'm telling you, don't buy anything from me. And I mean it sincerely. Because I sell some of the pendants that I have, which have magical symbols on them, and I can. And anybody buys those and you don't know how to use it, just contact me and I'll let you know. But like I said, we're in very dangerous times right now because people are scared, and if you're under 40, which I'm trusting some of you are, you never experienced inflation like this, never. And all I'll tell you, without, this is nothing magical. This is no serious revelation. The only way you can fix and stop inflation is with recession. And recession, if it gets out of control, becomes a depression. Now, we have not heard that word depression since 1932, when the Great Depression happened. I remember a radio personality asking, what was so great about the Depression? I didn't think it was very good. Why do they call it the great? No, great means huge. This is what, in fact, originally was meant when people referred to the United States as this great land of ours. They meant that it goes from coast to coast, that it's huge, it's colossal. And of course, these things change, because, to me, my favorite word that shifted is incredible. People think incredible means wonderful. Incredible means lacking in credibility and can't be believed. Now, a few years ago, about 15, 20 years ago, there was a guy advertising a product on the radio here, which was garbage. It was a fake product. It was a pseudo-medical thing. It was garbage. It was baloney. I'm using the most polite words I can in mixed company. But he didn't get into trouble. When they tried to shut him down, he said, I told people it was not real, because his ad began with the words, everything I'm about to tell you now is completely incredible. Now, what he was saying was, don't believe me. But everybody heard it as, being, wow, that's incredible. That is not what incredible means. So, boy, am I going on a tangent here. My favorite fruit is a tangent. The thing is that we have fear now, and the money supply is shrinking in value. You can't do that accidentally, I might add. For some reason I can't even fathom, people wanted to do this, and they did it. Now, they won't use the word depression. That's what got me on Words Changing, because of the images that conjures up of people selling apples, and the mythology that the stock market crashed in October of 1929 and the next day the Depression started. No, the Depression started a little bit later. There, a couple of years after that, but it was still bad after the stock market crash. But we're we have two bad choices now. We can leave things the way they are, and bit by bit, your savings and your money will go away. Your house will be worth more, but nobody will be able to buy it. Or they can engineer a recession, and it will be really bad for about 2 years with high unemployment. But after that, we'll be fine. And people don't want to do that. People really resent the idea of having to suffer to get something. And I understand that. And they should question. They should ask questions like, why was this done? So I'm going to be getting tarot readings tonight. You watch, that have a lot of new beginnings in them. Aces, the Wheel of Fortune. I pull a card before each show to give me a sense of what's going on in the environment. And the card I got was the Wheel of Fortune, which is we're in changing times. I certainly hope, because we can't maintain what's going on now. We can't keep this up because people are suffering, and there's no need for it. The problem is that for the first couple of years, the cure is worse than the disease. The people of Japan took care of this many years ago when they had rampant inflation, and the government told them what they were going to do. Said, we are, they didn't lie to them. They didn't say everything is fine. Everybody knew it wasn't. And they said, here's what we're going to do. There's going to be a recession. People are going to be struggling. It's going to hurt a lot of people, but you're going to be fine in a couple of years. So they asked people to help each other and work together, right? Help your neighbors, work together, and we'll all get through this. And they did. And Japan emerged as one of the strongest economies on the planet. Well, you can't do that at a time when the political and media people are pushing division. We're supposed to hate people who disagree with us. And this is very important. This comes out as the sum and substance of the book, Unmasking Fear, because you're not supposed to disagree with somebody. You're supposed to cancel them. You're supposed to eradicate them. You're supposed to fear them if they disagree with you. Anytime I state an opinion when I get into a political discussion, I do it with the underlying assumption that I could be wrong. Because if I'm willing to assume that you're wrong, then I have to understand that you can assume that I'm wrong. And you may have a point, and that's called learning. But right now, we have a situation when we need it the least, where it's my team is better than your team. And I'm going to vote for my team. But that's changing. People are switching teams. I won't go into that too deeply because that's beyond the scope of what we're doing here. But I'm just saying that the problem we're facing now is far from transitory, and it's going to hurt people. And this is the time when you may want to take a look at some of the books that I have at mojoacademy.org. Not all of them. I mean, I don't think you need the books like on numerology, or I don't think you need the book about William Jennings Bryan's last speech, things like that. They're interesting and they're historical. But what we need now is a toolbox, man. We need tools to deal with what's being thrust upon us by people who claim to love us and care of us and have our best interest at heart. Okay. I think you know where I'm going with that. So, I'm not going to get political on this because politics comes and goes. And, anyone over 40 has been here before. We've seen it before, and we knew we'd see it again. And you can't plausibly say that everything is fine and we don't need to do anything. But prepare yourselves mentally and emotionally, because there are people who want to scare you. That's all I want to get across now. Bad things, we don't like when bad things happen, but bad things happen. And that is not to say that bad things don't make us better. The old thing, whatever doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Well, I'm not sure I want to be made stronger that way. That's a good swift kick in the groin is not going to make me stronger tomorrow, but so don't do that to me. But what I'm telling you is there's a highly paid industry out there to scare you, and I am here to give you positive energy and hope in terms of reality, which is that the reality is there is a whole industry which is coexistent with politics, which is designed to scare you. So if you're feeling scared, okay. Now, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to change things that you can't change? Or are you going to change the things that you can change, which are like essentially you? You can change you. See? And then you'll be stronger for that. That's the long way of saying, come on, guys, don't be scared needlessly. Fear is important, by the way. Fear is the emotion that tells us something's wrong. When you're constantly in fear, that's terror, and that's no good. You know, we punish terrorists because terror is no good. Same thing with anger. Anger is good. Anger is the feeling that tells you that you've been mistreated. Constant anger is rage, and that will kill you. It will kill you. So check out certain things like Reverend Elliott Explains It All. See, I've got things in that book that'll show you how to use meditation techniques to clear the negative energy away from you. There's recordings there at mojoacademy.org for cleansing negative energy. It works. Let me tell you, it works. You know, this is, I think, one of the greatest inventions of modern history was the iPod. I know they're not going to be making them anymore, but there's still music players that you can use. And just put a meditation on that, pop it on your head at night, and go to sleep listening to it. And you'll be amazed at what good stuff it can do. And you can see, I even have the Three Stooges meditation disc at mojoacademy.org. And all these things are there to help. Psycholaxation. Now that was a recording. Could you imagine? That was a record from 1955 as a guided meditation, possibly one of the first ones. You'd have to put what we would call the hi-fi right near the bed in those days. Now you can just pop earbuds on and listen to psycholaxation. These are all things that will help you. And that's why I mentioned mojoacademy.org. Like I said, in times like these, I'm torn between and not wanting to do any hard pressure sales technique stuff, which I don't do anyway. But there are things there that will change your life. That was the reason that we started Mojo Brothers Publishing. There are things there that will change your life. And among them will be those things like the Three Stooges meditation. It's a Shemp meditation disc. I know it sounds silly, but it works. It's been around since the 70s and was an underground cassette, and you can get a CD of it and get that audio out and put it into your player. Psycholaxation, that has helped me beautifully. I have chakra meditations there that will clear your negative energy because, folks, negative energy is coming at you like a tidal wave right now. And they're counting on it. They're running negative energy and negative stuff on television constantly to get you to be messed up. Don't allow it. Okay, we're going to wrap this up and get to the tarot readings, which is why we're here. But I'm doing this because this environment of fear, anger, rage, deliberately foisted upon us by people who make money. They do it for money to hurt people. We got to bring an end to this. And I want you all to take responsibility for cleansing your own mind and spirit of the negative, ugly energies that highly paid people are putting there. Let me tell you something, because I've done it. I opened up by saying I had my first gin and tonic of the summer today. You don't, just please trust me on this. You do not want to sit down in a bar and have drinks with news people, because your anger level and your blood pressure will rise. They are not what you think they are. They're not Walter Cronkite sitting in a room just giving you the news. These are these are like pushers of fear. And they know it and they like it. I'll be happy to talk to any of you off the air about this if you want to. I mean, quite seriously. My email is asktarot, ASKTAROT, @earthlink.net. Anybody wants to get in touch with me about any of this, you just drop me a line. Also, if you want a free tarot mini reading, that's my gift to the Ask One Radio audience. Drop me a line there. asktarot@earthlink.net. I've been shuffling up the cards, you see. And it won't help because the cards are going to show that these are times of change and negativity. But we're going to deal with it on an individual level. There goes my throat. Hang on. There we are. The golden throat is back. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times now to declare sacred space, and we're going to get to our first reading. Draw back the curtain on the magical window for Angela in Brooklyn. Hi, Angela. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, fellow New Yorker?
Oh, I guess I'm okay. Just
Well, maybe
trying.
maybe we can make it better. It is tiring, you know. I mean, here we keep hearing about how horrible things are in New York now, and we're here, you know. But I don't know. I mean, things have been better, but I don't think of it as horrible. I don't know. So
No, I
what can
don't
I
think
tell
of
you?
it as horrible either. I love New York.
Yeah, you know, the people outside of New York, a lot of people, they still think that Death Wish was what New York was really like. You know, even back then, New York
No.
wasn't like that. You know, so
No,
hey,
I still love going in the city. I mean, it's coming back, and I'm really
Yes.
happy that, you know.
yeah. I mean, we have a few nuts around, but for a city of 8.5 million people, goodness, you know.
But they were always there.
Yes, they were. So, Angela, what can I look at for you?
Well, since my husband's been gone a few years, and right now financially I'm kind of struggling, but I have my house, and I have an apartment that I was renting, a co-op, and I'm in the process of selling it, but it's been a lot of problems with the real estate. It's been a disaster, and I just hope it's going to end soon without me going, you know, with making a little bit of a profit, but I'm having a very hard time in, you know, trusting the real estate guy, and I just I hope it ends soon because financially I need it to end.
Yeah, well, I tell you, while you started talking, before you told me what was on your mind, the first card I got was the King of Coins, which is about money, which is about mastering money and dealing with money. So I could see that was the issue. There's also sadness involved. I guess that relates to the loss of your husband because I have the 9 of Swords here. So there's still a lot of sadness going on in around that, and there always will be, I'm sure.
And then I have family issues. You know, family makes me crazy and stuff.
Oh
but
well, hey, you know,
that's kind of normal.
I know. I actually fired my family long ago. You know, so I did. I said right out, you know, so genetics doesn't give you a special privilege to abuse me, folks. So
Yeah, well, they do anyway.
Yeah, I know. Well, let me tell you, there's changes coming. That's the Wheel of Fortune. There's changes coming your way, and they're going to be good changes because the next card is the 8 of Cups, and that is a card of a person who gets from where she is, you know, to something and leaves something that isn't working, which is where you are, and is going to something better. So you're working on improving yourself, and I see that it's going to pay off because the next card is the 9 of Cups, and that's a card of satisfaction and enjoyment. It's also a card that is a person who knows how to enjoy life. There's a warning in that card that people may be envious of you because of that you're going to live well. You know, and there's the Ace of Cups too. So the two things these are very good cards here. The two things that are most important to you are financial but emotional. I mean, you're not one of these people who's going to do anything for money. That it has to feel right for you, and you're going to get that. You're going to do that. In fact, I've got the 10 of Cups, which is a great card of happiness and joy. So you will come through this okay. It's one of the quirks of inflation is that real estate gets to bring in more money than it would ordinarily. It's one of those strange things. That's why when inflation starts coming, it looks like a good time at first. It's because, you know, and because there's a lot of money around, and you know there was a lot of money being spent. So there's still a chance that things will work out well for you. In fact, I have a card here which is the 6 of Rods, which is great success and triumph. So I do think that things are going to work out really well for you.
And what about emotionally and all that? I mean, I do keep busy. I do have friends and stuff, but I'm still kind of stuck.
Well, I there's nothing you can do except, you know, understand that it's the way of life. You know, when we outlive somebody who was that close to us, it's not fair. You know what I mean? That's about it. But the Ace of Cups is here, which is a rebirth of emotional stuff. The aces are beginnings, and the cups are joy and happiness and affairs of the heart. And, so it's telling me that, wow, this is the best of all of them. This is the same thing on steroids. It's the sun, which is a card of healing and health and growth. So I think you're going to come through okay. Let me just shuffle it up one more and get one more card.
Okay. Oh,
and see if that adds anything to it, because it's a boringly happy reading, So let's see what we get here. This probably relates to the real estate thing. It's the Three of Rods, and that is about you in partnership with somebody else are waiting for the results to happen, and the results will happen. The results will come in.
Okay.
So hang in there, and you remember, if you don't feel right about a professional who's working on your behalf, speak to that person and consider finding somebody else. This is because this is a time of this is a time when people who have assets have a little bit more power than usual. Like if you have if you're one of those lucky people who has some cash to deal with, you'll get better interest rates now. That's a byproduct of inflation, and you gotta take it where you get it, right? But I think you're going to come out of this okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window of the tarot, which we're going to do right now for Donna in Del City, Oklahoma. Hi, Donna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good.
Well, let's see what we can do to make that better. What can I look at for you?
Oh, my goodness. Everything helps.
Was there anything in particular you want to look at?
Maybe just no, not really.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. I have a card here that is a card of somebody who feels stuck and is not moving and not going anywhere. Is that what you're feeling?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay.
I said it tonight. Yes, I did.
That's the Eight of Swords.
Yeah, it seems like you're. It's just a circle. Yeah.
Well, let's see if we can take a look at what that's all about, because I do see better times coming for you, and coming soon, I might add, because that's the Eight of Rods. That means whatever's coming your way is in motion now. This is vague, but it says, because I'm looking at the bigger picture, did something happen that made you sad recently?
Oh, gosh, yes.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
Because I've got.
Yeah.
I have this. You don't have to tell me more than you want to. If you don't want to go into detail, that's absolutely fine. But I'm seeing that you're feeling stuck, which you confirmed. The Three of Swords is a card of sadness, and I don't want to go into more than that, because you know what it means. You know what I'm talking about. You know why you're feeling sad, and if you don't want to go into it, I certainly am not going to force you to go into that in front of all these people. But I do see the situation changing and getting better for you, and sooner than you think. Not right away, but sooner than you think. You're
blowing my mind, because everything you're hitting right on the head. Right on the head. Yes.
Is there a legal matter in your life right now?
Yes, but I can't get anywhere with it. I had a daughter that was in an accident and killed, and I don't know. I wasn't told what happened. I was just told she was in an accident, didn't survive, but she was hit by a train, and I never identified the body. I don't know. I don't know. It's weird.
Because I've got cards that indicate both a legal issue and sadness. So now what I was going to ask you about the sad part, but you just told us. So yeah, these are all the things. The cards are showing me exactly what's on your mind, and the cards are showing me exactly what the issues are.
Now, that doesn't really help because let's see if we can shuffle them up and see what it's going to be like in the near future here. See if we can get some kind of idea about where this is leading you. This is the thing about tarot, which is just astounding to me. As many years as I've been doing this, which is about 42,000 years in human years, it never ceases to amaze me how these cards can get right to what's going on. Okay, now again, I shuffled up the cards. You heard them, but I've got still the Nine of Swords, which is the card of great sadness, and the Judgment card. That's why I asked about the law. These cards came back. And then I have another one for you, which is about the Judgment card is about getting what you deserve. It's getting what belongs to you. It's getting what you merit. And the Temperance card is here. The Temperance card is telling me, because we're looking at the future here, that your life balance will be restored in your life. It is unbalanced now, and it should be, because bad things happened, and they throw us off balance. So there's no shame in that. But the two cards I'm seeing for your future are the Temperance card, which means that balance will be restored, and the Ten of Swords, which means that the worst is over, and you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going. And just to be sure, I got the Justice card. That means there's definitely going to be some action in terms of the legal stuff that you're pursuing. Okay?
Wow. Okay.
So right now you're in the thick of it, and it's upsetting. As somebody who just concluded a couple of years of legal action myself, that I know how that weighs on the mind. But I'm seeing that the Judgment and Justice cards are pretty damn good indication that you're going to get justice here in this case. So hang in there, okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to light a candle for you after the show to send positive energy your way. How's that?
That's great.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. See, it's amazing to me how tarot goes right to the heart of what's going on. Now, if it doesn't, if because every time I ask the question, like, did you have a loss recently? I'm making an inference from the cards that I pull, but I'm always prepared for it to be wrong. It rarely is wrong. And that's not me. That's not, look what a great tarot reader I am. No. That is such a trap in the esoteric world, when the magician starts to take credit for the work. But it's not. We work the system. In fact, if you remember the stories, if you remember your Bible stories, this is why Moses was denied entry into the Promised Land. Could you imagine wandering around for all these years and not getting allowed in because he did something? He claimed credit for a miracle that he didn't do. And he needed to be brought down a peg for that one. And that's why he was denied entry in the Promised Land. Courtney in California is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Good. Anything special you want to look at? Or should I just look through the cards and see what shows up?
I kind of wanted to talk about my past life. I've always felt really connected to Marilyn Monroe, and I don't know if there's actually something there. So if we could tap into that.
I had an interesting experience with Arthur Miller, to whom she was married for a while. That was a weird experience. There was a guy who, I'll tell you briefly. There was a guy who was famous in the 1960s who, by the 1990s, he had a lot of weird ideas, but he was a fascinating guy. He made a lot of things happen, and I introduced him to a literary agent, and we were sitting in a restaurant having lunch, and he used to get up and walk out of the restaurant every few minutes because next door was an off-track betting parlor, which we used to have in New York. Only New York City could run a bookie joint and blow it and ruin it. So they had to be shut down. But he he was a little bit of an overpowering personality, this man, and he could inflate his ego a bit. And one of the times he left the restaurant to go to check on his bets, the agent turned to me and says, "Who does he think he is, Arthur Miller?" And guess who walked into the restaurant the moment she said that? It was Arthur Miller.
Oh my gosh.
Which is this kind of stuff that happened around this guy all the time. So, hey, what can I tell you? This is, if you feel a connection, it can be real. Now, what I can do is look at some stuff for you.
I'm also a medium,
excellent.
and so there's so many things that we just connect. Like the same cat that she had, the same dog that she had, the same color hair, same color eyes, same height, same weight, same body shape. I mean, it's just down to like everything. It's just insane. I was adopted. I was passed through homes myself. I had 3 loves in my life. I'm very young, I could say 24, but I feel like I've lived 1,000 lifetimes. I just, being a medium, I've never been able to read myself unless I'm talking to someone else.
There's an image in Buddhism about lifetimes. Like how many lifetimes how long do we have to do this? And the image is this. Picture a huge mountain like the size of Mount Everest, right? Yeah. And a bird flies by Mount Everest with a piece of silk in its beak. And the piece of silk brushes against the top of Mount Everest. And that bird flies by once a year. The amount of time we need is the amount of time it takes that bird with the silk to wear the mountain down.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So, it's in Hinduism, of course, they deal in hundreds of thousands of year installments, kalpas and things like that. Have you done anything like Akashic record meditations?
I've done multiple meditations with worldwide known psychics multiple times. Worked with them a few times, so I have ended up in like a psych ward just from getting overloaded from being really spiritual and my mediumship and psychicism coming out. But I got more of a grip on it. My last time that I was at the hospital was last October. I got out, and it was only for a month. It was a really long time. That was probably the longest, but
I hope everything is okay.
Yeah.
I hope everything's okay.
Better.
A month in the hospital is a nightmare, let's face it.
Yeah, no, it is, definitely.
So you seem pretty clear about what you want. Now, let me just preface this also just quickly by saying, I understand where you're coming from because I have even from childhood, have very clear images of a previous existence of my own.
Yes, and I have those too. When I've done past life regressions, I've seen images, and this will freak some people out on the air listening, but I've had, where I've seen specifically 2 to 3 men in suits around me and walking outside of my house to the side of my trellis, and then it just gets black from there. And I've always been afraid of suffocating for some reason, and I do not like taking medicine. They tried to get me on schizophrenic medications, and what they did to Marilyn, basically. And I've had just really crazy experiences happen where I should not be here today, and somehow I am.
Well, you're here, and you're aware. Yeah. That's a good sign. I'm not doing this as a plug, but there is a book that my company reprinted called "How I Discovered My Mediumship," and it was by probably the most famous American medium of the early 20th century, which means she's totally forgotten now. But see, she's been through. She explains what it's like growing up that way, and how everyone treated her like she was a lunatic. And yet she gained an astonishing reputation as a very clear medical medium, in fact.
Yeah, I'm actually able to pick up on
it's
people's
conflicting
health problems that they're going through. I mean, it's crazy the things that I'm able to pick up on. I thought I was just a medium at first, but then I was able to pick up on like what's going on with your left eye or your right knee or your shoulder or your back pain or your stomach. Like even your heart, like I could pick up on things that I just should not be able to. And with Marilyn Monroe, she also was very much into finding out about things. She visited Area 51 with John F. Kennedy. I mean, she did so many things.
Well,
and got her palm read too.
I live just a few blocks away from the Actors Studio, so
Oh, wow.
have you ever visited there? I mean, that might be you might just standing near that building might do things for you, might bring things up.
I've actually been to New York one time. I swam in the Hudson River in Albany, and then I went to the Times Square, and then I went to Ellis Island to see like my history of like my biological family, and we dug into it a little bit because there's not much that I really know. I never knew my father, just like Marilyn Monroe. I still don't know him to this day. There's some mystery there. And my mother, she was in and out of prison.
And keep up with the meditation work, because you do have memories in there that you don't know you have from this life, even. Because our memories go way back. I'm running short on time here, but I would recommend, because you do see. I sometimes hear from people in your situation who don't understand what's happening to them or why. You're not in that. Yeah. You seem further along with that, which is fine. I mean, that'll help you. But I do think that if you look at mojoacademy.org and look at the book Understanding How I Discovered My Mediumship, there may be some things that you could pick up there that'll help you out, because it's a very moving story of a woman who survived all of the attempts to put her down in a way, So give it a shot. It may
through my hospitalizations.
it may help you out. Let me tell you that the one thing I'm seeing here. Just let me leave you with this, since I'm here for tarot. There's a 4 of Cups is the card I get for you, and that is a card that shows a person looking at 3 cups. And there's another cup coming out of a cloud in a hand, and the person doesn't see it yet. That's a card of hidden influences. And that's important, because that's what you're talking about. Is you want to get a handle on those hidden influences that are in your life.
Yes.
So, see what you can do through meditation. I recommend the Tara Sutphin's meditation for Akashic memories. That's a very good one. If you can find that, I think it's still for sale. If not, if you have a problem with it, I can look around to see where it is and see if I can get you a copy. But that does very good too. But How I Discovered My Mediumship might help you. And remember, the point of this book is that you're dealing with hidden influences, and you know that, and you're not scared of them. That's the important thing. I've got to run now. I want to see if I can get one more call in, but it's been great talking to you, and I wish you all the best with this. And come to New York again and see if you can stand in front of the Actors Studio on 44th Street and see what happens. Because you were so close when you go to Times Square. Times Square is just a couple of blocks away. This is 44th between 9th Avenue and 10th. Okay?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And let's see if we can get one more call in. We have a few minutes, and that would be Carrie in South Dakota. Hi, Carrie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. We've just got a couple of minutes to go here. So what can I look at for you?
I'm wondering if you can tell me anything. I'm looking at possibly filing for bankruptcy, and if that is a good option for me or not.
Well, let me tell you, the first thing is all 3 cards here that I pulled out while you were starting to talk to me are about money. So, yeah. The 10 of Cups is the final card, which is a card of happiness and success and joy. So it's something worth pursuing. I definitely don't think that you should take the advice of the tarot cards in like a minute and a half reading, but it does look like this is a decent option, because the end result I'm seeing is success.
Okay. Thank you so much.
There's a success and emotional well-being. So that, it's the best thing I could do is the question would be, and this is the really best for tarot, is if you go for the bankruptcy route, how will that work out? And this looks like it'll work out good. But please stay consulting professionals and see what you can do. Okay.
Right.
Because, financially, these are weird times. I'm expecting gold to start losing value. That's how weird it is. So, don't take your advice from some cards, no matter how wonderful they are. That I don't think that will help you, but you're gonna come out okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Bye now. And that's it. We've come to the end of another session of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, where we get to look around the space-time continuum and see what's coming. You see, I told you there's going to be a lot of stuff about money and changes and things happening that are just strange, man. Because these are strange times. Like I said, when you get into inflation, it presents opportunities. All bad situations present good opportunities, but it's difficult. You got to be prepared for them, and very few people are. Like even a stock market crash. If you're young enough and you have the cash, that's a good time to start buying certain stocks. But no, this is we're looking at more lofty things here, which is the spiritual survival. So this is why I mentioned early on, why I mentioned the book Unmasking Fear. I think that's going to be a great help to anybody who's listening, is Unmasking Fear, because right now there's changes coming. That alone in itself is scary. And there are people whose sole job, they get paid hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Their sole job is to amplify that fear, is to make you more scared. And of course, they'll sell you a solution, Or they'll do it just to keep you watching their programs. So, because, I'm so scared. What's going on? I'm not saying keep yourself uninformed, but just take it with a grain of salt, because they've been wrong before, as you know. Almost everything they told us about the wonderful little disease that's been going around, almost everything they told us, things that they threw you off social media for saying, are now considered true. So you see, just realize that the people who are holding themselves up as experts oftentimes don't know any more about this than you do. As Will Rogers said during one of his radio shows in 1935, during the depths of the Depression, I don't know any more about this than an economist does. Now, didn't the economists tell us that in December that if inflation would be gone? Remember that? That by December last year, inflation would be gone? Now it's worse than ever. But don't let it scare you. Trust me. These are things that you're going to have to learn to deal with, rather than let them terrify the hell out of you, because then you're going to not function and they're going to steal your life. It's bad enough they're hurting our money, but no, don't let them take your life. Well, that's it. I'll see you again next week at the same time here on the Ask One Radio Network. And remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
A1R on the air. Psychic